our schedule of time. I am making sure that we are indeed live streaming, or at least that's what it says on my end of the computer.
Waiting for it to connect, and we are connected, Madam Moderator. We are live.
Thank you, Diet. We know that some folks will hopefully join us. I'm looking at our number of participants so hopefully they will be here shortly with us. But on that note, good morning to you all, officially back to our third day of committee meetings. It is great to see all of your faces online once again, and look forward to seeing all of you when you arrive in the next couple of days. We will begin our meeting time this morning once again with worship, and this time worship will be led by Presley and Mark. And so I believe we have all of their materials.
Great. Good morning. Our worship this morning is going to be kind of more mindful and contemplative, allowing us to center ourselves and root ourselves for the work that we have before us. If I could have the next slide just to show you our order of worship. We will begin with opening a call to worship, a gathering prayer. We'll do a dwelling in the word, which I will kind of walk through with you, and then a mindfulness practice, and we will close in prayer. So let us open with our opening sentences. We see light, hope, and joy. We bring heart, soul, mind, and body. We share blessings and fears. We bring faith and doubt. With all that we are and all that we have, let us worship God. Let us pray. Good and gracious God, as we enter into this time of worship, open us to your word and your way. Clear our minds of any distractions that we may have carried with us this morning, so that we can be fully present with one another and faithfully attend to all the business before us. Settle us down. Quiet our spirits. And fill our hearts with the humility we need to hear and receive the message you intend for us this day. In your Son's name we pray. Amen. So we're going to do a kind of simplified dwelling in the word. Usually when you do this, it's about a 20-minute process, but we're going to go through it in about 3 to 4 minutes. We're going to read the text through twice. After the first reading, you'll have a time of silence. After the second reading, I will invite you for another time of silence and offer some questions for you to have silent reflection on and to consider. And if we were doing this in a large group together, we would have conversation around those questions, but today it will be just silent reflection on those. So our scripture for this morning is Luke chapter 4, verses 38 through 44. Hear now these words. After leaving the synagogue, he entered Simon's house. Now Simon's mother-in-law was suffering from a high fever, and they asked him about her. Then he stood over her and rebuked the fever, and it left her. Immediately, she got up and began to serve them. As the sun was setting, all those caring for any who were sick with various kinds of diseases brought them to him. And he laid his hands on each of them and cured them. Moreover, demons also came out of many, shouting, "You are the Son of God." But he rebuked them and would not allow them to speak, because they knew that he was the Messiah. At daybreak, he departed and went into a deserted place, and the crowds began looking for him. And when they reached him, they tried to keep him from leaving them. But he said to them, I must proclaim the good news of the kingdom of God to the other cities also, for I was sent for this purpose. So he continued proclaiming the message in the synagogues of Judea. Now we'll have about 30 seconds of silence. As you prepare to hear the scripture again, I invite you to think of these questions. What catches your attention in this scripture? What questions or wonderings might have popped in as you heard it? And what do you think God might be saying to you and to us through this text today? Let us hear these words again. After leaving the synagogue, he entered Simon's house. Now, Simon's mother-in-law was suffering from a high fever, and they asked him about her. Then he stood over her and rebuked the fever, and it left her. Immediately she got up and began to serve them. As the sun was setting, all those caring for any who were sick with various kinds of diseases brought them to him. And he laid his hands on each of them and cured them. Moreover, demons also came out of many, shouting, You are the Son of God. But he rebuked them and would not allow them to speak, because they knew that he was the Messiah. At daybreak, he departed and went into a deserted place, and the crowds began looking for him. And when they reached him, they tried to keep him from leaving them. But he said to them, I must proclaim the good news of the kingdom of God to the other cities also, for I was sent for this purpose. So he continued proclaiming the message in the synagogues of Judea. Now, during this next moment of silence, I would ask for the questions to be brought up, for you to pay attention and to think about those questions from the scripture you heard. What caught your attention? What bubbled up when you heard it? What questions or wonderings do you have of the text? And what do you think God might be saying to you and to us through this text today? Let's have a moment of silence. The word of our Lord. Thanks be to God. Mark, I now turn it over to you.
Next slide, please. Thank you. It's great to work with Presley and provide this worship service for you. I served for 20 years as a chaplain and CPE supervisor in a level 1 trauma center. And mindfulness became a way of life to deal with the stress that the staff and the families and everyone was dealing with. As I read that passage, what came through to me was he departed and went to a deserted place. And sometimes in parish ministry or chaplaincy or whatever we do, we try to go to a deserted place, and yet people find us, and we are called for this purpose. And yet we need to get away. And so I want to provide a mindfulness exercise that I have used and have taught my students and used with families to help you stay in the moment. I'm a 6 on the Enneagram, and I have a trouble staying in the moment. So this is very helpful to me. You're welcome to move about the room or stay where you are. And I want you to place a hand on some type of surface around you. place your hand on some type of surface around you. Now pay attention to that surface. Is the surface cold, cool, warm, hot? Is it cold, cool, warm, or hot? What's the temperature? What do you feel in your hand? Is the surface hard or is it soft? Is that surface hard or soft? If you press on the surface, does it move or give? If I press on it, does it move or give? What color is the surface? What does the surface look like? Describe it in your mind's eye, your heart's eye, your spirit's eye. What does the surface look like? Now take a moment to pay attention to your breathing. Taking in a breath, letting out a breath, paying attention to your diaphragm. Next slide, please. And Jesus went into a deserted place. Hope this was helpful as you center. I probably don't use it as much as I should, but I continue to remind myself to use it. Another exercise that I use, and actually believe I learned this on a television show like NCIS or one of those shows, that if I'm feeling anxious about the future or stuck in the past, if I'm feeling anxious in the moment, count out of order, because the mind cannot count out of order and be anxious. It worked. Next slide, please. Let us pray together in unison. Gracious and loving God, you have called us together to do the work of your church. Be present with us during this meeting. Guide us that we may make decisions that will reflect your loving presence in this world. Create within us open minds and hearts that we will not fear conflict or run from it, but embrace it, knowing that it is an opportunity for growing in faith and a fuller understanding of your will for us. Help us to listen to each other, share our thoughts in loving, honest ways, and do all we can to maintain the unity of the Spirit and the bond of peace. Through Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen.
Thank you for leading us in worship in hope maybe a new way for some folks, and hopefully it has centered us to continue to move forward into our work to today. And I am going to pass the chair to Casey.
Thank you very much, Joanna. That was a great service. Thank you. So welcome to the Financial Resources Committee. Our focus today involves a couple of things. First, FIN 13, which is the 2025-2026 unifying budget. FIN 14, which is the per capita apportionment rate for the same years. In listening, please remember that we will not be voting on either of them today. As Joanna mentioned, we'll have the privilege of voting on these during the evening of July 3rd in person. That vote will then, or that result will then be placed before plenary for final action. Today, we welcome all of our resource persons in attendance. Let them in. We're going to begin with FIN 13, which is the 25-26 unifying budget. The Reverend Dave Davis, who is the Unification Commission Financial Work Group and COGA co-moderator, will lead the presentation with others to be involved in developing the budget to join him. We will then have an opportunity for questions. Reverend Davis, when you're ready, please unmute yourself and begin your presentation when it suits you.
Thank you, moderator. And members of the Finance Resource Committee, I am Dave Davis, teaching elder from the Presbytery of the Coastlands. Yesterday, I spoke to you briefly as a member of the Committee on the Office of the General Assembly. This morning, I am speaking as a member of the Unification Commission. Mindful that many of you attended the webinar we presented a few weeks ago, our presentation to you has been revised since that webinar. We presented that, and because we know we wanted to change it up a bit and show you some more information. In my work with the Commission, I serve with 3 other Commission colleagues on the Finance Work Group. And for the last almost year and a half, we've been working closely with the staff members that you will hear from in just a moment. We have worked hard to better understand the respective budgets of the Presbyterian Mission Agency and the Office of the General Assembly, the various revenue streams, the distinction between restricted and unrestricted funds, and the budget process themselves. Our next step was to begin to work with staff leadership in both PMA and OGA to develop one budget, a unifying budget, a budget to present to the 226th General Assembly. This unifying budget process and creation has been a monumental effort involving multiple layers of staff. Actually, it's something that's never been done. The process presented to staff members who contributed to budget preparation was completely new. This unifying budget presented to you reflects the most significant step toward unification. The Commission and the staff are enthusiastic and encouraged because we view this as a sign to the 226th General Assembly, the staff of both PMA and OGA, and to the wider church that unification is happening and it will happen and that we can do it. To be honest, the members of the Commission Finance Work Group believe this incredibly hard work of the staff has led to the process resulting in the proposed budget before you and coming much further than we expected at this point. We also think this budget is straightforward, transparent, simpler, and equitable as it relates to the existing agencies, all of which are values affirmed by the Commission as essential to our effort, our discernment, and our recommendations. The staff engaged in creative, strategic, and reconciling conversations that have themselves, in terms of OGA and PMA and their staff members, been unifying. Like the unification of the communication offices of PMA and OGA that started in recent months, this proposed budget is a result of the unifying work already being done between the two agencies. I cannot stress enough the gratitude of the members of the Unification Commission for all staff members serving this effort. They've spent hours, including working many Saturdays, while also doing their regular jobs, not the least of which has been preparing for this 226th General Assembly. This work could not have been done without the finance and support staff and Ian Hall and his staff at the ASG, who have boldly embraced the new thing God is doing among us. On behalf of all of my colleagues at the Unification Commission, I commend all the members of the staff for their work, their deliverable, their faith, and their commitment to the church that we have all been called to serve. To God be the glory. And now it's my privilege to introduce to you, or to hand it over to the Reverend Dr. Diane Moffett. And Diane, I know you'll be introducing yourself.
Thank you, Dave. Thank you so much. And greetings, moderators and commissions of the Financial Resources Committee. I am Diane Gibbons Moffett, President and Executive Director of the Presbyterian Mission Agency. Thank you for inviting us to share an overview of the proposed 2025-2026 unified budget for ASG, the Administrative Services Group, OGA, the Office of General Assembly, and PMA, the Presbyterian Mission Agency. Just want to make sure we get those acronyms in there. Thank you for your remarkable efforts in discerning the will of God for the PCUSA, especially as it relates to stewardship of God's resources. While there is still work to be done, I am grateful for the progress we have made thus far, and I trust that the one who began a good work in us will bring it to completion. And now, I'm honored to turn it over to my colleague, Bronwyn, for further explanation. Bronwyn?
Thank you, Diane. I am Reverend Bronwyn Boswell, serving you as your acting stated clerk of the General Assembly and it's been 1 year now, and I will continue through this General Assembly until your new clerk is elected next week, and I'm looking forward to that. Let me add my thanks to you also for your energy, intelligence, imagination, and love given to discern the will of God for the PCUSA through the General Assembly. As I hope you know, many colleagues have been hard at work on the proposed budget for several months. Under the guidance of the Unification Commission and my executive leadership colleagues, Diane in PMA and Kathy Lukert in ASG, a new budget process has evolved and generated the budget we will share with you today. While many hands have worked hard to accomplish this task, there are several groups we would like to lift up. First, the leadership and staff in each ministry area who have provided information and budget numbers, especially to members of the cross-agency team. Secondly, a big thanks to the budget process team. Thanks for their guidance during the entire budget process.
Good morning, friends. My name is Kathy Lukert. I'm a corresponding member and ruling elder and president of Presbyterian Church USA, a corporation. Thank you for your faithful work over the last couple days. My team is the Administrative Services Group, ASG for short. We also want to give thanks for the members of the coordinating table who first envisioned a new budget process and provided the values and vision for our work. A special word of thanks and gratitude for the Unification Commission and the Finance Work Group of the Commission for their guidance and partnership throughout this process. They pushed us and made us better. Finally, I am very grateful, and we're all very grateful to the Administrative Services Group's accounting and finance team. They worked tirelessly to meet the needs of a new and untested budget process and displayed their expertise and knowledge and good humor throughout this entire process.
We want to remind you of the values and vision that we used to guide the process. Led by the Spirit, we will be open to discerning and embracing new ways of embodying our work, courageous, willing to risk failure as we pursue new possibilities, centered in equity and justice, and trustworthy colleagues and partners in ministry as we are sent outward in service to church and world.
And the vision that guided the budget process. We envision that this budget will enable us to be a partner in mission and ministry, complementing and strengthening congregations, mid-councils, and other faith communities, and stewarding faithfully all of our resources. This budget equips the PCUSA to be formed and reformed as a covenant community of vibrant and growing disciples who embodies fresh expression of a reformed witness to Christ's love and justice in the world, present and responsive to the challenges of this time.
In addition to the values and mission, we developed mission and ministry priorities to help us consider our work in new ways beyond our current structure. These mission and ministry priorities are supporting mid-councils, leader development, particularly for in communities of color, unifying work, reparative justice, life of the communion, strategic partnerships, and operations.
In the narrative budget document shared with you as our rationale for this budget, there are a number of examples of the ministries that undergird our mission and ministry priorities. We hope you had an opportunity to look through the document as we work to live into a unified approach to ministry to the PCUSA and the world.
Finally, before we get into the budget details, it is important to remind you of the assumptions and constraints that were at work during the creation of the budget. This budget will demonstrate significant progress toward unification of the agencies, be guided by 7 unifying priorities, prepare for greater programmatic unification, dedicate funds from the past to fuel God's future, broaden the application of restricted funds to where they are needed most within that restriction, meet the Unification Commission goal of developing a budget that stays within 2023 actual expenses plus inflation. Having said this, we know there will be some exceptions to this. The Youth Triennium is one example, but there are others. Include a new unified reserve policy and ensure that the GA per capita rate will not exceed the rate of inflation each year.
Moderator, my name is Ian Hall. I'm a corresponding member, COO, CFO for PCUSA A Corporation, and I serve within the Administrative Services Group. Detailed information regarding the unified budget can be found as a PDF report, and a link to which can be found in the rationale section of business item FIN 13. So let's get started. Let's first look at the revenue we expect in 2025 and 2026. Revenue is classified into 4 categories: contributions, investment returns, sales of services and resources, and other sources of funding. Contributions are made up by several revenue sources. Congregation and mid-council support in the form of GA per capita and shared mission support is included in this category. Gifts, bequests, and grants, as well as special giving, including extra commitment opportunities, and then also special offerings. In this budget cycle, there are 4 special offerings: One Great Hour of Sharing, Pentecost, Peace and Global Witness, and then Christmas Joy. Also in that revenue is income from the giving catalog. Contributions in 2025 equate to $43.6 million of the budget, and in 2026 equate to $40.7 million of revenue. Investment returns are our second category of revenue. Both in 2025 and 2026, they represent $21.8 million of the budget. Next source of revenue is classified as sale of services and resources. Both in 25 and 26, we see $11.4 million in that revenue category. Finally, we have other sources of funding. This is also made up of several different areas: board-designated funds, additional board-designated requests that are built into this budget process. There's also available restricted receipts received in prior years, and unrestricted receipt surpluses that are generated as part of the 2025 budget. That amount totals $17.2 million in 2025 and $20.3 million in 2026. We therefore have a grand total of sources of revenue for 2025, $94.2 million, and in 2026, $94.3 million. The Unification Commission set an inflation objective for the budget cycle. They asked that the budget not exceed inflation. So an inflation rate of 4.1% was calculated. Some expense exceptions were agreed upon, and I'm happy to announce that the 2025-2026 budget meets that inflation objective. For more details on this objective, you can find them on page 29 of the Unified Budget presentation. As we turn to look at the proposed expense budget, let's first look at the 2025-2026 budget through the lens of mission and ministry priority. The budget is segmented into 8 mission and ministry priorities. For example, we can see here on the graph that in 2025, $9.4 million or 10% is allocated to mid-council support, and $13.9 million or 15% is allocated to leadership development. I'd like to take a moment to talk about the appendices within the Unified Budget document. Appendix A, which starts on page 17 of the Unified Budget presentation, includes several different areas of information. It shows the budget by priorities, as we see here on the screen, but then it also shows it by office and functional classification. At the last General Assembly, there was a request for a budget versus actual expense for prior years to be included. So 2023 budget versus actual is an appendices. We also have a percentage change over time comparing 2023 budget and actual numbers through the budget for 2025 and 2026. Finally, Appendix B starts on page 23 of the Unified Budget presentation, and this provides supporting budget detail to back up what we're sharing today. We can also look at expenses through existing areas or offices, and you can see that on the screen here. For example, if we look at the Office of the Stated Clerk, we see that $3.5 million or 4% of the budget is allocated to that area. The Office of the Executive Director is allocated $4.5 million or 5% in this budget cycle. Now, at some point in 2025, we are expecting more clarity about the structure of the new unified entity. We're anticipating changes in the budget structure, which will require approval from the Unification Commission. It's important to note that the expense budget has been strategically designed to include a reduction goal of $3 million in 2025 and $2 million in 2026. To balance the budget for 2025 and 2026, we need to implement $5 million in reductions over that 2-year period. So you might be asking the question, well, why do we need to do that? Well, contributions are anticipated to decrease by $2.9 million from 2025 to 2026, while all other revenue sources are expected to remain steady during this time period. Several expense areas are projected to increase from 2025 to 2026. For example, built into the budget assumption is a cost of living increase of 3% from a salary perspective. Employee benefit cost is also estimated to increase by 7%. However, it's worth noting that we will receive the actual cost data from the Board of Pensions with regards to those benefits in Q3 of this year. The budget accounts for $3 million of reductions in 2025. This creates a surplus to help compensate for the revenue decrease in 2026. However, it's worth noting that an additional $2 million of reductions is necessary in 2026 to achieve a balanced budget. In collaboration with the Unification Commission, the executive team will propose a reduction strategy to the Unification Commission at their October 2024 meeting.
This unifying budget has had numerous minds and hearts approving and recommending it to this committee. Here's a summary of how this unifying budget has arrived with you on your doorstep for your consideration. Last month, on May 7th, the A Corporation Board, the Committee on the Office of the General Assembly, and the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board took action to approve this budget. Following their approval, the Unification Commission met and approved it on May 9th. And on May 11th, we then submitted this unifying budget for your consideration today.
This budget is designed to help strengthen our witness to the love and justice of Jesus Christ. Coming together will allow us to serve better, to approach our work holistically, to grow in agility and in listening together for the future that God is calling us into.
This budget helps create greater synergy and synchronicity. It helps to strengthen ministries that are enabling the future. It helps to gracefully celebrate and conclude those ministries who are completing their calling, fulfill ministry through communal discernment of General Assembly, and this budget helps us to become more faithful and better partners. We're inspired by the progress we are making as we move towards unification. We want to end with a story that Bronwyn and I will share. Kind of points to the hope of what happens when we come together, aligning our will, spirit, and ministry in service to Jesus Christ.
You have heard the work that went into formulating and bringing this budget to you as we live into the process of unification. But the process of unifying has been at work since I began as acting stated clerk 1 year ago. One of the first official duties that I was a part of was the apology in Juneau, Alaska.
In our most recent General Assembly in 2022, as a whole church body, we acknowledge the harms done to our Native Alaskan siblings with the racist closing of the Memorial Presbyterian Church in Juneau, Alaska in 1963. And by the way, there'll be a video released, I believe on Saturday, that kind of points to this. The Reverend Dr. Walter Soboleff, who is pastor of the Memorial Presbyterian Church in the Tlingit Native Alaskan, learned the Memorial Presbyterian Church would be closed. The church was thriving. It was a multicultural church that served as a center for the Tlingit and Haida communities in Juneau. The Center for Repair for Historic Harms, directed by the Reverend Jermaine Ross Salem, worked with the Soboleff family, former members of Memorial Presbyterian Church, the Kunihiti Northern Light United Church in Juneau, the Northwest Coast Presbytery in Bronwyn, myself and others from the PCUSA to enact the reparative actions that were approved by the 2022 General Assembly. Apologies to the community and to Dr. Soboleff's family. In fact, Sasha Soboleff is pictured here at the pulpit accepting the apology on behalf of the Soboleff family. These apologies were offered by the Kunihiti Northern Light United Church in Juneau, the Northwest Coast Presbytery, which was the successor entity to the Presbytery of Alaska, and by Reverend Bronwyn Boswell, our acting stated clerk, on behalf of the PCUSA. Friends, it was a trip filled with emotions, great sadness for what the church had done, and immense joy that together we are taking the steps necessary for spiritual and relational reconciliation and healing. This is the work of the gospel.
Thank you. Another way in which we have been working towards unifying is the coming together of the communications team. PMA Deputy Executive Corey Slosher Hall and I formulated a process of bringing together the communicators from OGA and PMA into a startup, not a mashup. The process was in 3 stages. One was reflect and review, to come to terms with our mutual histories and present realities. Stage 2 was revise and re-envision, which was to articulate a preferred future, including vision, mission for communication ministry, and test it with stakeholders. And stage 3 was to name the new communications ministry personnel, operations, and game plan for the present and future, which included the naming of Rick Jones as the new communications ministry director. All of this happened between December of 2023 and April of 2024, and the unified communications team is working here at General Assembly together. Our hope is that what we did in bringing folks together in communications ministry will help other ministry areas as we work together to unify OGA and PMA. Just as working on the unifying budget contributes to us moving forward together as a denomination led by the Holy Spirit. These examples of working together are just a part of the larger work that is occurring as we are finding unifying ways to bring staff together in the mission and ministry that is ours as the church.
Yes, we hope that you find the budget to also be a strong example of how we are changing and moving into the future, trusting that in coming together, we will be able, with the power of the Holy Spirit, to strengthen our work and witness to Jesus Christ in the world. Thank you.
And may God bless your discernment.
Thank you, and may God bless all of your work. It had to have been a Herculean task, and you have done a wonderful job, truly wonderful. Thanks to you, all of you, and all of the presenters who worked hard to put this presentation together. We now have a time for questions and answers. You all know the process. Please use your MyGA tools to seek recognition. When recognized, please remember to unmute yourself, state your name, your role, your presbytery, and then feel free to ask your question. We do have a question already from Sandy Santana. Sandy, would you state your question, please?
Hi, Sandy Santana, Commissioning Ruling Elder, Presbytery of Long Island. Thank you for the amazing work and the presentation. The quality of what you put together is amazing, easy to follow. I was just curious about what is driving the contribution decrease from 25 to 26.
Don't all jump at once.
Moderator, I could answer that question.
You certainly may.
Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACORP. In essence, when we look at the revenue streams, we're seeing a decline in a small decline in per capita and a decline in shared mission giving. Over time, when we analyze trends, that's where we're seeing our primary reduction in revenue.
Thank you. Sandy, does that answer your question? Thanks for the we now have another question from Kevin Smith. We recognize you, Kevin, for your question.
Thank you. Kevin Smith, Ruling Elder Commissioner, Presbytery of Detroit. Having worked on the budget for the Presbytery of Detroit for several years, too many to count, and always thinking, trying to think of new ways of doing the budgeting process. Is there any documentation or process that you have written? Because I was looking through the documentation and I'm not seeing like the full budget process on how you reimagined it. Because I'd like to hear more about that or see more information on rolling out that new budgeting process.
Any of y'all who wish to do so can go ahead and answer that question from Kevin.
Kathy, just go ahead.
Will, moderator, Kathy Lukert, corresponding member, ACORP. That's a really great suggestion. Frankly, we haven't had time to document the process, and we were inventing it as we went along. So now it's time, once we get through this assembly and this next round of budget work, now's the time to kind of say, okay, what did we do and what worked and what didn't work, and to document that so we don't forget about it the next time.
May I
Kevin,
speak also?
go ahead, Diane.
I want to just add to what Kathy is saying. We did have an overall approach, and we really sought to use vision to drive the budget process, and that's kind of an overall process. But if you talk about the details, Kathy's right. We have to really look back and think about all of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That helps.
Kevin, does that answer your question, Kevin?
It does. We'll look for more information in the near future. Thank you.
There you go. We have another question. The moderator recognizes Deborah Mitchell. Deborah, please unmute and state your question.
Yes, I have a question and also a couple comments. First of all, great work. This stuff excites me. I do wanted to ask, the increase in other sources of income, does that come from property sales? Or is that accounted? And kind of to go on to the decrease in contributions, has the acceleration in church closures been taken into account?
Mr. Moderator, I can answer the question related to the other sources of income. On the other sources, that includes amounts that we will use from prior year receipts. And we plan in 25 to actually have a surplus that we will carry forward then and use in 26. That's about $3 million, and that accounts for the increase.
Does that answer your question? Unmute yourself. We can't hear you. Deb, if you'll unmute.
Yeah, I had a second question about church closures and then a couple comments.
Moderator,
Go right ahead.
Go ahead, Kathy.
No,
Sorry.
go ahead, Carrie.
So property, church property is held in trust, or congregations, right, are held in trust by presbyteries. That doesn't really come into play for the national church. The Presbyterian Church USA Corporation does own some property, like Presbyterian Center, like Stony Point Conference Center, but there is really not any plans to sell those properties, and so property income and sales are not part of the budget.
Okay, and my question was the acceleration of church closures, has that been taken into account in the decreased contributions?
So that does come into play for the per capita income,
Right.
and that's what Ian referenced as the trends where per capita does decline over time.
Okay, and I had two quick comments. I have friends that are in ethnic congregations, and although they appreciate that there will be more leadership development programs, what they really need are HVAC systems and curriculum. So real practical resources. So they wanted me to get that word out. I can check that off the list. And then the last thing is everybody who's come before us is increasing their budget somehow, or they are talking about expenses for, additional task forces and things like that. So we haven't been stopping them from that. I'm just letting you know.
Moderated.
You all have a response.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Quick piece of information, Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACORP. When it comes to our calculations for per capita, we have assumed a 4.5% reduction in membership year over year, which the trend leads us to believe that that is a good percentage. I also need to add one additional correction from a former answer that I gave with regards to the reduction in revenue. We're also seeing, and I omitted to mention it, a relatively significant special givings reduction, ECOs giving directed maybe specifically to the area of mission co-workers. We're seeing significant reductions there as well, in addition to per capita and special mission giving. So I apologize for omitting that earlier, but it would be remiss to not bring that up.
Deb, I'm not entirely sure that your question was answered. As I understand it, related to the fact that other task force presentations and groups that we've dealt with this week have asked, obviously, for funding. Or have you accounted for those requests and those actions as you've developed this budget? Deb, was that what you were asking?
Yes, and just to say that I don't think it's our task to say no, but just to make sure that you're aware.
Yeah. So, moderator Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACOP, we are aware of that, and the structure of per capita in this proposed budget, we're going to talk about it in our next presentation. But in essence, there's a base per capita to fund the ministry of the church. And then in addition to that, actions of this assembly increase that per capita rate. But again, more information in FIN 14.
Thank you very much. The moderator recognizes Mark Geidenhagen. I hope I got it right that time, Mark. With a question.
Well. I have a question.
I'm working on it.
I have a question and then a comment also. Question has to do with investments. It's almost half of what the contribution is in revenue. And I'm asking about the sustainability of that. I know the Presbyterian Church is very good at investments. So we're using income, I assume, off of investments, and it's almost the amount in the revenue seems to be about half of what we have in contributions. And I'm asking about the sustainability of using that income. And then I have a comment later.
Moderator, Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACOP. When it comes to those investments, our colleagues at the Presbyterian Foundation have those have our best interests at heart, and also have a policy in place that smooths out gains and losses and provides us with a revenue stream that in the medium term is, I would argue, very sustainable and very reliable. And they adjust that formula. In fact, we get a percentage allocation, and the action, I believe it was of the last assembly, coming out of a recommendation from them, was that rate be reduced over time. And Denise might have those numbers right to hand, somewhere in the 4% range, 4.5 going down. Don't let me guess. Let me ask Denise to give information on that.
Okay, thanks. We do operate under a spending formula agreement with the foundation. And the rate that's in this budget that we will receive, it's 4.1% in 25 and 4.05% in 26. The formula, this does allow for us to budget and plan to operate under the spending formula. And the way the formula works, it looks back 20 quarters. So, and then takes an average, and then it's based, and then that percentage is what we will receive. And so we have, our endowment funds are that's a very stable, predictable source of income for us. And I didn't introduce myself, but I'm Denise Hampton. I serve as the controller in the Administrative Services Group, and I am a corresponding member.
And thank you for the answer. I forgot. Mark Giddinghagen, teaching elder, Northern Kansas. All of us have our pet projects, obviously, and I'm going to contribute to that too. I wish the Presbyterian Church USA was a little more supportive financially as well as other ways in chaplaincy, because it's becoming very important, both in hospitals, militaries, but I think primarily very important on college campuses. And we seem, it appears, and I could be very wrong, we're backing out of some of that. And I think the students in college campuses, maybe even high schools, are needing chaplaincy support, spiritual support that is non-judgmental. End of sermon. Thank you.
Taken as such or not taken as such. I understand Dave Davis has a response to one of the questions that was asked. Dave, if you would care to respond.
Yes, thanks. Thank you, moderator. I wanted to just share a response to Commissioner Mitchell's question about financial implications and budgets, and folks coming before you and asking. And I can answer as a member of the commission in a way that staff members may not be comfortable answering. And that is to say, the reason that there is so much effort going into providing financial implications all along is so that commissioners are aware of the budget increases of actions that they are taking. And so while I understand it may not be your responsibility to say no, it's not always your responsibility to say yes either. That's why we vote. And the first thing that Ian mentioned was that the commission had asked or put a mandate on the budget process to not exceed inflation. So, so we are trying. Thank you.
Thank you, Dave, for that answer. We recognize Sharila Jones Tuggle with a question. If you all would, please identify yourselves before you ask your question or make your comment.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Sharila Jones Tuggle, and I am a ruling elder from the Mid-South Presbytery. And I want to thank you for your work and for your presentation today. And I know that you will in the future let us know a little bit more about your plans for the reduction of 3 million and 2 million, but I just kind of wondered if there was something that you could share with us today as to what will drive that reduction in the near future.
Mr. Moderator, if I may. And I just want to say, yeah, it's the vision and values as it relates as they're articulated, and also looking for ways in which the Spirit is working that we might be able to create some new, fresh ministries that we believe will help benefit and strengthen our witness. We are a smaller church, and some of the ministry areas and the things that we are doing were developed and have done very well and continue to do some good work. But we're beginning to look specifically at those priorities that were outlined, looking at what we want to accomplish in terms of the current mission structure and vision, which is Matthew 25, and then begin to see what new things are emerging. So we're taking time to discern those things and asking, working with staff and others to begin to really look at that. And so hopefully we will have a more concrete things to share with you, but I would say we're in discernment at this time, but the process is guided by the values and the visions that were articulated in this document.
Thank you.
Moderator,
go right ahead.
This is Kathy. I just want to add on to Diane, her great exposition of the vision and values that are driving this budget. We're also guided by the mission and ministry priorities that we mentioned in the presentation. And there is a process in place to develop these fresh ideas and also to involve staff in suggesting ways to meet the reductions. So we're working through that this summer, and we'll take our recommendations to the Unification Commission in October.
Thank you, Kathy. I'm sorry to step on you. We'll give a few moments of space in between answers to give you all a chance to add answers to the extent that you've not been able to. Moderator now recognizes Sandra Acero with a question.
Yes, thank you, moderator. Sandy Acero, Ruling Elder Commissioner, Peace River Presbytery. My question relates to the expenses portion of the projected 2026 General Assembly expenses of 5.4 million. My question was if that figure has provided space for increased time for in-person gatherings with General Assembly. As we've been doing our committee work, I know this year is new with the hybrid format. We've certainly had our technology challenges along the way and missing that connectional piece sitting behind a computer screen. And also missing out, of course, the marketplace when we get out there. So my hope was that that money would include additional time together for the upcoming General Assembly, but not sure what the cost would be for that. Thank you.
Mr. Moderator, Bronwyn Boswell, acting stated clerk currently. Part of that answer is the fact that the last General Assembly in 2022 anticipated that we would be doing this format this year and in the next assembly. And so we have budgeted for a similar kind of assembly. If those things change, then my understanding is that we will, and Ian can add more to this, is that if we were to expand that, that it would probably add another close to another $1 million to what would need to be spent for that kind of assembly. Ian, I don't know if you want to add to that.
The number we have shared with the committee is $927,000, but we can round up, yeah. So they're aware of that financial implication.
Thank you. Question now from William Henderson. William, if you would unmute, identify yourself and ask your question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Bill Henderson, Ruling Elder Commissioner from the Presbytery of Ohio Valley. And this is sort of a process question. Since I'm not familiar with how budgeting was done in the past, my assumption was that each agency created their own budget, the General Assembly, the PMA, and the mission agency, or did you develop those budgets together? And how, if you develop them together, how is this process different?
Mr. Moderator, I can start with that question. My name is Denise Hampton. I serve as the controller in ASG, and I'm a corresponding member. That is, in the past, we would each agency or entity would provide or develop their budget separately. So OGA, PMA, ASG. And then we combined them to present a combined budget. So it was presented. So like if you look at our audited statements, you see all that activity rolled up and together. But this budget process was different in that we did form several teams, one being the budget process team, and I was part of that team. We looked one of the big changes are the endowment funds. We have thousands of restricted endowment funds, and we as a group reviewed each of those funds and the restrictions and the availability. And we looked to see where we could use those funds. Maybe traditionally it was used in one place, but given these new priorities that we have, and where could we use them this time around? So that was a significant change that we developed the budget together. All of us sat together in a room and we spent a lot of time together. We would spend a weekend, like a retreat together, and go through the funds, look at the work that we're going to do. And so from my perspective, and that's more into the real detail of how we put the budget together, that was one of the most significant changes.
Would anybody else like to answer the question? Okay, nope. Moderator recognizes Elizabeth Diddy with a question. Elizabeth, if you would once again tell us who you are and your role in all of this. Elizabeth, I don't know whether you've unmuted.
Thank you. I made a list of all the things to remind myself and forgot that one. Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Elizabeth Ann Diddy, and I'm a ruling elder commissioner from the Great Presbytery of Heartland in Kansas City. And I remember being at the meeting 2 years ago for General Assembly when this decision was made to unify the budget. And frankly, it sounded impossible to me. I could not imagine that the separate agencies would find a way in such a short time to find a way to work together, being the first big challenge in order to bring us this. So thank you each that has worked so hard, and know that it's just a miracle and an amazing, with God's help, that that's been accomplished. My question today is asking, in regard to looking at new trends, 3 things that as local churches certainly see hope as well as challenges with is that we have members that don't fit into the traditional per capita tradition. And that would be, we are very fortunate here in the heartland of where we are to have a lot of new worshiping communities. And those are not traditional groups that fit into paying per capita. We also have a lot of younger members coming into our congregations that do not necessarily fit into that traditional mode of wanting to join, and if they do join, to be a part of that pledge and really disciplined type of giving. And then we have the group that we minister to outside our congregations. And I think Mark, talking about chaplains, there's just more and more of those that we spend so much time ministry of those not in our churches, but where we encounter outside those buildings. None of that helps the bottom line of bringing money in traditionally. So I wondered if you could address how those trends are in regard to the future of the financial viability of the PCUSA. Thank you.
Thank you. Any one or more of you could answer. And Elizabeth, I'm constantly forgetting to mute and unmute myself, so don't feel bad about that.
Moderator, why don't I start? If that's okay. Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACORP. A lot of the work that we're doing is kind of cross-pollinated between different teams. And you'll have heard potentially yesterday some information from the funding model development team. And they are analyzing, funding above and beyond the session. And I think that's a piece of their puzzle, is grasping what is a new world and how that might change per capita as one revenue stream. But then they're also looking holistically at per capita and shared mission giving and how that supports a Presbyterian Senate and the General Assembly. And so I don't have a data point. What I do have is that a team is working on that, and we're collaborating. So there are several members of the team that serve in multiple locations so that we don't have this silo going on, so that we do have communication, and it's all part of the bigger symbiotic puzzle.
Mr. Moderator, may I also add that I think one of the things that are needed right now, this is Diane Moffett, the corresponding member, PMA. I think what we really need is fresh, innovative ways to think about how we fund our ministries, our churches, in connection with one another, in connection with local groups that are also faithfully serving really expanding. This is a time for innovation and thinking out of the box. And so that's why the Office of Innovation has been established with Corey Sasser Hall, so that we can partner with mid-councils and with those who invite us in to begin to think collaboratively about how is it that we can be the presence and embody the presence of Jesus Christ in our communities. And they're all so particular. It is very contextual. It's not a one size fit all. So we really want to be more connected in that way with mid-councils and leader development through the Office of Innovation. So I would just note that that office is there. And what it does is it institutionalizes this idea of always once reformed, always reforming. It says that we want to always be thinking about new ways and to think about how our polity serves our mission, how our mission, there may be things that we need to look at differently. We have online churches, we have hybrid churches. People don't want to join and they're not even there. So there's a lot of different things that I think that we have to begin to open our minds and hearts to as we approach the 21st century and to see what the Spirit is saying to the churches.
Elizabeth, does that answer your question?
It certainly provides a platform that there can be conversations, but as far as how those new trends can be budgeted into our traditional funding sources, we don't know the answers. So I know that. But appreciate all the innovation that's going on to look at that. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a question from Cynthia Mood. Cynthia, if you'll tell us where you're from and what your role is, you can go ahead with your question.
Cynthia Mood, Teaching Elder Commissioner from New Covenant Presbytery. I was just looking through, I don't know very much about finances, so this is coming from a place of unknowing, but some of the expenses, particular Stony Point Center of 2.8 million for 2025, I guess that I would have assumed, which I know you're not supposed to do that would have been a point of income rather than expense. So I'm just curious as to if there is something offsetting what could have been more for that, or do you understand my question, I guess? Right.
Yeah. Moderator, Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACOR. It's a good question. And some of it is to do with how we report both revenue and expenses. When it comes to the expenses, one of the categories that you're looking at shows the different ministry areas, right? Stony Point being one of those. We don't break down revenue in the same manner, but there is Stony Point revenue in the revenue projections. So when you look at the budget, Stony Point expenses of $2.8 million in 2025, they're projected to create $2.1 million of revenue, and it's up there. It's just not highlighted. We don't break down every single revenue source generated by different ministry areas. So if you wanted to look at the difference between those two numbers as the support number, it's $700,000, not $2.8 million. It's a good question.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
We have a question now from Ella Chesney. Ella, tell us who you are and ask your question.
Hi, Ella Chesney Yad from Cherokee Presbytery, and I have a question about, I know we've seen a lot of our smaller churches close that are maybe long established, but I was wondering if you've taken into consideration the creation of new churches in the budget. I know, at least, in my area, there are several small communities mostly immigrant communities that are looking to join PCUSA, small Presbyterian churches. There's a Ghanaian congregation as well as a Cameroonian congregation. And I was wondering if you've taken into consideration the creation of new churches in the budget.
Feel free to
I will
answer.
try, Mr. Moderator, if I may. Diane Moffett, corresponding member. New church development is primarily being done through the 1001 new worshiping communities at this time. And some of them choose to develop into, to formally join with us. And so we do have that area as is in our budget. And this is where you can help me in terms of the details of it. So there is an expectation that we are supporting mid-councils and the development of these. First, they become communities, and then they become quote unquote formalized churches, right? Chartered and joining with mid-councils as a church. So I think all of that is a part of the programming and our priorities and our vision that's included in this budget. I don't know in terms of resources. It's more of an investment right now from our perspective, but it certainly could eventually become a resource for us.
Thank you very much. Finally, well, maybe not finally, who knows? Moderator recognizes Jane Shockey. Jane, would you tell us where you're from and what you have to say?
My name is Jane Shockey. I am a teaching elder commissioner from Upper Ohio Valley Presbytery. And I just wanted to offer a word of exhortation or encouragement to all of those who have presented today, this unifying budget. When I heard about it at the Synod of the Trinities training, all I kept thinking about was the channel and trying to the channel tunnel and trying to bring two countries together, to a country to a main continent. How much I think it was 200 years or very close to that in thinking about wanting to do and how that relates to bridging in what we've been trained in learning to bridge. And I'm just so excited that this was something that it's an enormous feat that you took on, and it makes me excited to be a Presbyterian. And I don't know, it was just an image God gave me, and I wanted to share it.
Well said, Jane. Would you like to respond?
I think we can say, oh, Diane, anyway, I was going to say.
No, Bronwyn, I've already spoken. You speak.
Bronwyn Boswell, stated clerk. I am, thank you. Thank you for that. This has truly been an incredible work on all our parts, and we are glad that you see that we are really working together and bring this more into being, and that it can be done. And we are excited, and we hope that you will continue with us on this journey. I don't know if anyone else wants to add anything.
Just if I may, Mr. Moderator, Diane Moffett, corresponding member. Yes and amen. The idea is that together we can better serve and partner with you and mid-councils. We want to strengthen our work and witness to Jesus Christ. And so it is always better to do it together. We are the church together. And so coming together is for me a lot more natural than what we would think, even though we, of course, have areas, right? God is really working with us, and I'm excited as well. And it's so good to hear that you too are sensing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Rachel Mitchell, YAD, please identify yourself and unmute for your question, Rachel.
All right. Hi, Rachel Mitchell, YAD, Coastlands Presbytery. First off, I want to echo what a lot of other people are saying. Thank you all for all of the hard work that you've put into this budget, the long hours. like, I'm not very good at understanding financial stuff, but like, I sort of get it, which is really impressive. You made it easy to understand and everything, so thank you. Just one quick thing. Knowing that the world is rapidly changing and all of that, I know that you said before that you're not going to like pass the threshold of inflation or something, but is there wiggle room worked into the budget in case of something unexpected arising? Like, I don't know what that would be, but is there room to possibly move things in case something happens?
Moderator Ian Hall, corresponding member ACOP. The short answer is yes. The budget is a tool for ministry, and there are different levels of, I guess, conservative estimates built into it. So if one was just to take the budget and run with it throughout the year, that would be problematic. One needs to change our approach as things evolve. This budget in and of itself does not have a contingency built into it, a contingency being an amount of money that we'd set aside for the unknown. However, as an organization, as a nonprofit, we do not make a profit. That's a silly statement. But so we don't have retained earnings, not profit, but we do have retained net assets. So we have money above and beyond what we have allocated for expenses. And so there is, to a certain extent, a reserve set aside for things that happen. In addition to that, we do have a reserve policy for things that we hope do not happen, but believe may. So there are funds set aside for emergencies, and we have different categories, and I won't bore everyone with that right now. But if people would like more information on that reserve policy, that's another piece of this budget process. And I'm pretty excited to say it's fully funded. So we have a fully funded reserve, and on top of that, a net asset balance above and beyond our expenses. So that's pretty exciting stuff, if you like numbers and budgets.
Moderator, if I may?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Just additionally, Ian mentioned contingency. And Rachel, faithful Yad and member of my congregation, I'm your pastor. But this is the first time contingency has been built into the budget. And that is thanks to Ian Hall's vision, who also appreciated the channel metaphor better than the rest of us.
Judging from his accent, I cannot imagine why. We now have a question from Martha Campbell. Martha, if you'll identify yourself, unmute and ask your question, please.
Thank you. I'm Martha Campbell, ruling elder commissioner from Western North Carolina. I have been looking over this material and will echo but not repeat all of the accolades for those of us, especially who are not trained in budget analysis. I appreciate that there are new, fresh ministries being uncovered and explored throughout the PCUSA. My question relates to the effect of these of this budget and your vision of the future through it for global ministries, the work of our mission co-workers and their relationships with our global partners.
Mr. Moderator, if I may.
Yes, go right ahead.
Yeah, there is certainly within this budget a commitment to our work and our partners globally. We are an international church and we are in 60 countries, and we intend to continue to strengthen those. the way in which we work and how we work, we're exploring all of that. So that is a part of the exploration. However, we are very much committed, and I know our director of mission is on this call as well. And I don't know if they would want to speak to it, but just know that that's a part of the budget as well.
Thank you very much, Diane. Question now from Elizabeth Hilkebaumer. Elizabeth, if you will correct my pronunciation of your name, identify yourself, unmute, and ask your question.
Well, actually, you did get my last name correct. So good job there. Yay. Beth Hilkerbaumer, Teaching Elder Commissioner from Eastern Virginia. Hi, Carrie. Good to see you, by the way. I hope I'm not asking a stupid question here, but it's my understanding that we will not as a committee vote on this and also the per capita that we'll get to a little bit later until Wednesday night for then it to go to plenary. And that is the case because there could be changes after our plenary starts. What is the process of handling those changes? And I mean, is that our job to have to incorporate those changes? Is it your job to do that? How does that process work, I guess? And I assume you kind of anticipate potential changes based on decisions made at plenary, but I just was curious how that process works.
A fascinating question. Any or all of you can answer. Don't worry about being recognized. I see the acting stated clerk weaving back and forth.
There's a financial implications team that's been working right alongside all the committees this week and keeping track of what changes have been approved in committees, and those will be incorporated and brought to you on Wednesday evening. So you're not responsible for figuring out all those changes. We'll bring a summary of those to you and help you understand what's behind all those.
And can I maybe just add to that I am on the financial implications team, but every action item that's being brought, anything that's passed that has a financial implication, that will increase the per capita rate. So in the past assemblies, we may have had to adjust the mission agency budget or just find funding elsewhere, but any of the actions that are passed at this General Assembly with a financial implication, that will increase the per capita rate.
Thank you very much. We have a question now from Renee Stout. Renee, if you'll unmute, identify yourself and ask your question.
Hi, good morning or good afternoon to you all, depending on where you are. And again, I echo the sentiments of everyone who has congratulated you on this budget. It's a monumental task. And not being a budget person, actually being the administrator, I wanted to know, I heard Denise say and others that our endowments, the endowments are secure. It's a secure source of income. And I know that we have restricted funds, and many of them, most of them are restricted. Has there been any thought as to how they might be redirected, or did I miss that in a question earlier, be redirected to fund areas that may need additional support? As we talk about new worshiping communities and mid-councils trying to work with presbyteries in those areas, is there any way to redirect those funds to assist where there's a deficit?
Moderator, I'm happy to respond. My name is Kerry Rice, ruling elder from Ohio Valley Presbytery, corresponding member, and associate stated clerk of this assembly. We, of course, as I think Denise mentioned earlier, we have thousands of restricted funds that are managed by the foundation on our behalf. We are, of course, committed to honoring the donor intent of all of those funds. However, we did do a review of all of the donor intent and looked for places where historically we might have been, said, oh, okay, fund will go to this particular purpose. And it's been there for years. What we did was we reviewed those purposes and said, well, no, there's nothing in the restriction that says we couldn't use it for this, this, or this as well. So we tried to make as wide a path as possible for some of those funds. And then we looked where the greatest need was, including adjusting some places where there were equity needs from decisions made long ago that kind of perpetuated certain patterns, and those funds have been reassigned as possible. So that was certainly a big part of our process.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Moderator, we have, according to our magic screen here, we have 3 questions remaining. I'm corrected. Kentucky Education for you. There are 4 questions. We hope to take them all. We had an informal sort of internal hope that we would be finished by about 10 or 10:15, but we really want to obtain answers to all of these questions because it's an important issue. So with that in mind, the moderator recognizes Allie Hay with a question.
Hey, Allie Hay, ruling elder from the Metro Atlanta Presbytery. This is kind of a nitpicky question, but why is there a $1 million decrease in theology formation and evangelism in the 2026 budget?
Any folks?
I think I can answer that. I believe it's the Youth Triennium event. That always fluctuates. That's a big variance. It's every 3 years, so that would account for the decrease.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Allie. We now have a question from Janet Bream Taylor. Janet, if you will identify yourself, unmute, and ask your question.
Of course. Hi, I am Janet Bream Taylor, TSAD, Austin Seminary. As I am facing ordination in about a year and a half, a lot of my colleagues down here in other, theological seminaries were a little nervous about the rollout of the Board of Pensions new dues. I don't have a family, but my colleagues that do have families, this is something that we're concerned about. On page 28 in the budget, Appendix B, it does say the financial impact of the changes to the Board of Pensions coverage is not yet fully known, which is understood, of course, because these things just rolled out this year. Is there any idea of how this could impact the budget? It says right after that, the pension, death, and disability plans are expected to remain as budgeted in 2024. I'm just wondering what the rationale of that is, knowing that our insurance packages and things like that are going to be quite a bit more expensive. I know that I can't afford them right now, which means, as an ordained minister, I will be, I don't know, very, very minimally insured, which means like that death and disability. I'm just wondering what the rationale of keeping the plan expected as 2024 going into this budget, into these next 2 to 3 years is, and if we had thought about, the increase in pension dues, if that's gonna cause some decrease in revenue in the future. Thank you.
You all have an answer? Kathy, I see you're raising your hand.
Yeah, I'll take that one, moderator. Kathy Lukert, corresponding member, A Corp. This budget, the unifying budget, incorporates the benefits for the staff that are under the umbrella of A Corp. So that's the Office of the General Assembly, the Presbyterian Mission Agency, and the Administrative Services Group. we are on a plan that's very similar to what's being proposed by the Board of Pensions for pastors. And we've been on this kind of a cafeteria menu plan for a number of years. That line in the budget refers to, we don't know if our plan that has been in existence will have any changes to it. And that's kind of standard every cycle for the Board of Pensions benefits. So we think that it will stay the same, but we're not sure. But our portion of the plan that's funded in this budget does not address the proposed changes that are being debated, I think, right now in the General Assembly Entity Coordination Committee. Does that help?
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you to both of you. A question now from Jeffrey Snedden. Jeffrey, if you'll unmute, identify yourself and ask your question.
Hi, yeah, Jeff Snedden, Commissioner with Denver Presbytery. You may have already answered this, so hopefully not, but I was just noticing on the page 19, the expenses, and I think you did kind of communicate about the salaries, how they'll go up, and that's understandable. But administration, it's going to be reduced 1.3 million between 25 and 26. That's something I would expect to go up every year. What's the reduction for?
Any of you, all of you can answer.
Moderator, I'll take a stab and then my colleagues can jump in. Kathy Lukert, corresponding member, A Corp. Administration covers a multitude of sins. And every program area and every ministry area has administration in addition to the administration that is provided by the Administrative Services Group, our team. We are in this budget, I think across the board, took a really hard look at budget versus actual in previous years and how that had been budgeted for administration. And we found areas to reduce, to cut back to closer to actual levels with a small inflation factor. So I think that it represents an attempt to be really good stewards of those dollars across all three program areas.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another question, probably our last till we move into per capita. This one from Cynthia Mood. Cynthia, identify yourself, unmute, and ask your question.
Cynthia Mood, Teaching Elder Commissioner from New Covenant Presbytery. My question is, how will faith formation and development be impacted by this budget?
The mic is open for any of you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Moderator, would you repeat the question, please?
Yes. How will faith formation and development be impacted by this budget?
No need to ask for recognition, folks.
Do you have particular areas that you're concerned about?
I'm just looking kind of overall. And so like if I were looking at this blindly, I might look at it and think that it's like the budget of a nonprofit, not of a church entity. And so I mean, I know you're talking about how like the mid-councils will have guidance and then those mid-councils will talk to the churches about like how they're developing and things. But a lot of the overall budget pieces look to like more leadership and other sort of administrative things. And I want to make sure that there's still like discipleship formation somehow accounted for, that we are going to still like work on making disciples for even non-leaders, I guess.
Kathy, were you going to get that or did you want? Okay. I would say that when we talk about leadership development, that encompasses faith formation. And we are making disciples, and so when we talk about leadership development, we're talking about the formation of our Christian values, our Christian embodying those, what it means to be a follower of Jesus Christ, what it means to be a part of the church. All of that is in this budget. And part of it's in leadership development, but when you look at other areas, to try to be concise to get the budget prioritized, there's a lot of intersectionality. So faith formation is extremely important. It's also can be seen in vital congregations and the things that we're proposing about new worshiping communities. All of this is about disciple making. How is it that disciples are formed? How is it? So some of it is probably has to do with the way in which we frame it. However, for the church, leadership development is certainly centered in being a follower of Jesus Christ. So that's what we're talking about. So it's very much a part of this budget, and very much a concern for us. We want to be a vibrant witness, whether we're a small church in a rural area or a large church in whoever we are, we want to be faithful. So it's definitely in a part of this budget throughout.
Mr. Moderator, if I may, what about like curriculum and the educational piece, I suppose?
Yeah, that's all can be teased out in terms of leadership development, curriculum development, working with mid-councils as we work alongside mid-councils as we produce the kinds of resources that we need to produce. All of that is a part of what we now call theology, formation and evangelism. And it's very much a part of this budget still. It has to be teased out like in different areas. And I don't have the details of that, but I do know that we definitely have that as a part of this budget. So please know it's very important to us.
Thanks to both of you, all of you. We have one more question on our screen, that being from Deanie Smith, who is asking, so per cap could exceed inflation if GA votes to establish any new entity or ministry with costs. This does relate obviously to per capita, but I want to make sure that Deanie's question is answered. Is this something within your realm to answer, or would you prefer to wait until the per capita presentation to follow?
Moderator, if we could do the per capita presentation, I think that would be good.
That sounds great. Deanie, I'm going to assume that's fine with you as long as your question is answered, and we'll make sure that happens. I will say, Deanie, that this screen is such as a result of yesterday's changes that questions sometimes disappear between one presentation and another. So if you do not see your question being answered, we would appreciate if you would post it again. With all of that having been said, thank you very much to all of you for your presentation. Thank you to the commissioners for your excellent penetrating questions. It's really a joy to see everyone working this way. We will now move to the per capita presentation. It looks to me like our fantastic Zoom manager, DeEtte, has already placed on the screen the title page for FIN 14. And we would at this time ask that the presenters present, and we will follow that with questions.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Ian Hall. I'm a corresponding member with the ACORP. General Assembly per capita is important in the life of our connectional system. It binds congregations, presbyteries, and synods together as one church. It makes it possible for every congregation, regardless of size, to participate in our governance and provides access to support and resources. General Assembly per capita allows us to answer God's call to join together in witness and Ministry. As a reminder, in 2024, General Assembly per capita rate is $9.80. The budget contemplates an increase in per capita of 4.1%. This increase is in line with inflation and was calculated using the 2023 Consumer Price Index, which is published monthly by the Bureau of Labor Statistics of the U.S. Department of Labor. The per capita calculation also assumes an average decline in PCUSA membership of 4.5%. Consequently, base General Assembly per capita is calculated at $10.20 for 2025 and $10.62 for 2026.
Good morning. Thank you, moderator. My name is Kerry Rice. I am a ruling elder from Ohio Valley Presbytery. I serve as Deputy Stated Clerk in the Office of the General Assembly and am an Associate Stated Clerk to the Assembly. So potential uses of GA per capita in a new unified budget include General Assembly and the work of GA committees and commissions, administration of mission, including the offices of the Stated Clerk and the Executive Director President of PMA, a portion of the support provided by the Administrative Services Group, work in the Office of Public Witness and the Ministry at the UN, who are speaking on behalf of the Stated Clerk and the PCUSA, and communication to the whole church, including the new website and ecumenical commitments and our national archives. As you know, the Unification Commission is working to unify the work of PMA and OGA by the 227th General Assembly in 2026. As part of the UC's work, in February 2024, they approved that all actions of the 226th General Assembly, this one, that have financial implications for the work of OGA, PMA, and ASG outside of the proposed 2025-2026 budget will be added to the GA per capita rate. In other words, financial implications for OGA, PMA, and ASG generated by items of business that come from outside of those entities will be funded by an increase in the GA per capita apportionment rate. Ultimately, you as commissioners set the final GA per capita rate. All current items of business have been evaluated for financial implications. As of last week, there were 17 items of business with pending financial implications. If approved, GA per capita would increase by $5.78 in 2025 and $1.67 in 2026. By the time committees are completed, you'll see the final per capita recommendations in addition to setting the GA per capita rate, commissioners also have the responsibility of interpreting per capita in your local ministry context once you return home.
Detailed information about General Assembly per capita and the impact of pending financial implications can be found in MyGA. In the business section, there is a dynamic bar graph that tracks the real-time impact of approved business items with financial implications. And in fact, you'll be able to see if you go there now that those implications have changed since we did this screenshot. A complete list of items with financial implications and their corresponding impact on per capita can be accessed by clicking on the per capita link just below the bar graph. As we mentioned earlier in the presentation, as of June 20th, there are 17 items of business with pending financial implications. That said, it might be helpful to know that certain commissioners' resolutions may have financial implications that may impact the GA per capita apportionment rate. In addition, during their work, committees may create new business that could also impact financial implications. The total amount of all pending financial implications will not be known until all committees have finished their work this week. In my GA, you will also find a cost worksheet attached to each item of business with financial implications. This worksheet outlines the rationale behind those funding implications. Moderator, this ends our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that answer and for the presentation. This, of course, folks, is why we will be meeting perhaps late in person on the night before the final General Assembly session. We will now accept questions relative to the per capita presentation. As indicated earlier, Deanie Strength had a question in the last presentation, which did seem to resound in the per capita area. So Deanie, if you would at this time unmute, identify yourself and ask your question.
Thank you so much. Deanie Strength, the Teaching Elder Commissioner from Savannah Presbytery, and I'm also the stated clerk. Thank you. That hit the nail on the head there with some of that information. Exactly. And yet I also just was curious, is this a new approach? How were these matters dealt with the per capita number before this? It sounded like kind of a new approach.
Floor is open if any or all of you to answer the question. Thank you, Deanie.
Moderator, I can answer that, or at least I can take a try. Carrie Rice, a corresponding member from OGA. In the past, there were financial implications either to the mission budget, which was primarily located in the Presbyterian Mission Agency, or to the per capita budget, which was primarily located in the Office of the General Assembly. Because of unification, there is one implication to this new agency, and because per capita provides the greatest flexibility budget-wise, that's where all implications will reside for this assembly.
Thank you. Deanie, does that answer your question?
Yeah, so I guess the follow-up question would be that the budget is not set up to allow for the expectation that there would be some costs that come out of a General Assembly. It's just all on the commissioners, and so it really is our task.
Correct.
We have to answer for it.
Yeah, we have not taken the approach that says, oh, let's set aside $500,000 for commissioners to assign to various work, right? So our tradition has been financial implications that the commissioners and advisory delegates determine.
Thank you very much, Carrie. We now have a question from Dana Monk. Dana, would you please unmute and identify yourself and ask your question?
Yes, thank you. I'm Dana Monk, ruling elder commissioner from the Santa Barbara Presbytery. And my question is, we paid, I think, $94.84 in per capita this year per person. And so is the $10 increase, are you saying it's a $10 increase to that $94, which is what I understand? I don't understand how the per capita from our church ends up with you guys. So we paid $94. So the $10 increase, does that get added on to the $94 that we're paying? That's my question.
Harry.
Ian, do you want to take this?
I can. Okay.
Well, you had it muted, so I figured you wanted to.
Yeah, Moderator Ian Hall, corresponding member, ACORP. There are at least 3 elements to per capita. There's per capita on a presbytery level, there's per capita on a Senate level, and then there's per capita General Assembly per capita. So the amount remitted to the presbytery includes those 3 amounts, and it varies depending on your local context, where you are. When it comes to General Assembly per capita, the base rate for next year of $10.20 is one of those 3 pieces of the puzzle. depending on your Presbyterian Senate, Presbytery per capita can range from $0 to approximately $78. There's a range. And then it can range on a Senate level from $0 to $5.50. And so that number that you're referencing is a combination of those three amounts, and it varies dramatically across the country. It is all based on membership, so it's a per person allocation. But in answer to your question, of the number that you quoted, $9.80 this year is the General Assembly per capita. Anything above and beyond that is allocated elsewhere.
Thank you. I believe the question's been answered, has it not, Dana? Thank you. We now have a question from Elizabeth Healy. As always, please unmute, identify yourself, and ask your question.
Hello, Lizzie Healy, Yad Shenandoah Presbytery. My question has to do with how changes in the funding model might then change per capita. I'm particularly with the percentage model, which is one of the pilots that they talked to us about, because that one is such a strong departure from what we're used to.
Moderator Ian Hall, corresponding member ACOP. I think the answer to that question is that the funding model development team is working diligently to ascertain what that might be. They have been working for the last year on collating a lot of data points. And from a point of view of those data points, we have information that's gathered by the Office of the General Assembly. We have data points that are also generated by information that's submitted to MES, Ministry Engagement and Support. And those are two data points where we can look at per capita and also shared mission from a big picture perspective. We are leaning closer to, we need more data to make an informed decision. And really, we need that data on a congregational level. So there are over 8,000 congregations in the connection. We are going to need data points from all of those congregations from a point of view of giving and the way they give to both the Presbytery, the Senate, and the General Assembly in order to analyze what that percentage model may or may not do. Long answer to say we need more data to be able to share models and even test those models. That's something that a financial funding model team is aware of and working towards accomplishing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lizzie, for the question. Thank you for the answers. We now have a question from Deborah Mitchell. Deborah, you know what to do in terms of unmuting and identifying yourself and asking your question.
Yeah, but I always forget to identify myself. Deb Mitchell, teaching elder, Whitewater Valley. Is there some kind of an ombudsman, is that the right word, ombudsman, or a place to report or, I don't want to tattle and I don't want to be a narc, but there are places that I see where there is waste going on that could be shorn up. Is there anything like that set up?
Folks.
Carrie Rice, corresponding member of the Office of the General Assembly. If I might ask, are you talking about at the General Assembly level or at other levels?
At the General Assembly level. I'm talking in OMA.
In OMA, I'm sorry.
The mission group.
Oh, PMA. I think the Presbyterian Mission Agency. I'll let Diane speak to that, but my guess is you would just reach out to her directly or to someone in the Office of the Executive Director.
Absolutely. That's it. that would be the way to share your ideas or your observations. We're open and we are here to serve you. So know that.
Thank you, Diane.
Thank you, Deb. Thank you for the answers. I am now looking at our magic screen. I see no questions. We are thus finishing the morning session 15 minutes early, which is something of a church record. We will therefore recess for lunch now, and we will reconvene at high noon Mountain Daylight Time to finish our business for the day. Let's close this morning. And let me, before I do that, thank the presenters for all of the work you've done, both with per capita and the unified budget. It is just impressive to see the product that you brought about. It's amazing to me to see the agencies working together as you have. Thank you to the commissioners and the folks on this committee for really excellent questions that I would never in a million years think of on my own. You've obviously brought to the process education about what is being presented and a commitment, and you have made the job of Joanna and me and the others around this table and the presenters so much easier because of your attitude. So thank you. With that having been said, let's pray. God, we are grateful for being where we are. We are grateful for those around us working for the common good, for the good of this old and sacred church. We are grateful for their commitment, their ongoing commitment to make this a better denomination. We thank you for everyone who has agreed to show up virtually and later in person to continue the work. We thank you for their commitment, for their energy, their ideas, their intelligence, their sense of humor. We are grateful for all of that. We do ask that you continue to shed your grace and your patience on us as we move forward. We ask that you be with us for the rest of this afternoon and for the rest of the assembly. We ask these things in the name of Jesus. Amen. We are now dismissed. Have a nice lunch. We will see you at noon Mountain Daylight Time.
Hey, everybody, welcome back for lunch. We're giving folks you know how it takes a little bit for everybody's camera to remember to be turned on and all those things. So as soon as I see a bunch more come on, we will keep going. As we're waiting for folks to turn their cameras on and rejoin us, I'm noticing that not everybody has not everybody has their name in the bottom, which should have your name and your role and your presbytery. That is really important. And yes, we already know that some of us have been reminded that they need reminders about when we introduce, when we have the floor, we introduce ourselves. Just get in that habit, because if you're one that thinks you're going to speak at plenary, you're going to introduce yourself as Joanna Jude Dunn, Teaching Elder Commissioner, Cascades Presbytery, but with your stuff. It looks like we have a good portion of folks coming in. We're going to go ahead and start. Welcome back from lunch, my friends. I hope you all had some great nutrition as well as some time to just take a deep breath and relax and do whatever you need to do for yourself for mental, spiritual, physical health care, in all of that, in that time that we had a little bit more time than we had anticipated. So much so that we were chit-chatting and someone finally said, we have 7 minutes to get back to our room. So we are all here and are so thankful for each of you. Let's open some time in prayer. O most holy Lord, you have called us once again to gather together as your people. We have each nourished ourselves. We have done whatever we needed to do in that little bit of a break. We ask that your spirit move through us, that we not just look at, we're almost at the end, but really to allow the spirit to move. We give you thanks for each of our voices, for we value them, and for remembering that we are each created in your image and yet totally awesome, unique people. Be in our conversation this afternoon. We ask this in your holy name. Amen. Okay, we are down to looking at our item of business this afternoon is FIN 15. I hope all of you have been able to read through that through the PC Biz. It's the divestment from governmental debt held by countries maintaining a prolonged military occupation. It is a commissioner's resolution. It's a little bit different than some of the other things we've already gone through in our time together. We will start this time with 30 minutes, like we have done before, for open hearings on the FIN 15. Each speaker, once again, will have 2 minutes to speak. There will be a timer that appears on your screen at the top. On my screen, at least, it's on the top right-hand corner. I'm hoping that's where it is for everybody else on Zoom, in that top right-hand corner, for them to know their time allotment. So know that that will happen when the time comes. We recognize that it takes a little bit of time for us to reset the timer for us to be able to have the next person speak. So we'll take a pause long enough between speakers for that to happen this afternoon. So this afternoon, I believe they're all in the room. Is that correct yet?
Everyone is in the room and connected.
Thank you so much. So the moderator at this point wants to remind our guests to introduce themselves and where they're coming from. We know that they are speaking in favor of, but more importantly, to please unmute yourself before you begin. So the moderator recognizes Abby Mohat. Sorry if I butcher your name. You have the floor.
Thank you. I'm the Reverend Dr. Abby Mohop. I'm a minister member of Chicago Presbytery. My PhD research and dissertation focused on how the PCUSA has successfully used divestment as a tactic to live out our faith in Jesus Christ, especially in response to apartheid in South Africa, the occupation of Palestine, and climate change caused by fossil fuels. We are a denomination that has used divestment to show who we are. It is a tactic that works to change the world and to create God's beloved community. And so I'm speaking in favor of the Commissioner's Resolution, number 15, because the Bible is clear that where our treasure is, there our hearts are also. We must be bold in our witness as Presbyterians for God's justice in the world, and we must be willing to be in solidarity with the peoples of Palestine, Western Sahara, and Northern Cyprus, people who live under oppression. If we continue to invest in the countries that create this oppression, our hearts are complicit in that oppression, and we must do all we can to be in solidarity with them. The resolution calls for the General Assembly to use the well-established and trusted MRTI committee to determine the mechanisms for this action. And so let us trust MRTI to determine the specifics, and let us trust the Holy Spirit to guide us in bold witness in solidarity with the peoples of Palestine, Western Sahara, and Northern Cyprus. Thank you.
Thank you, Abby, for sharing with us. Next, the moderator recognizes Addie Domsk. If you can unmute yourself.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Reverend Addie Domsky. I'm a teaching elder living in Northwest Coast and working in Olympia Presbytery. I'm a generational Presbyterian. I've been a YAD and a TSAD and a host city volunteer, and I will host a complaining session about PC Biz after this if anyone wants to go to it. The point is that I trust you all, and I know that you are here to do good work on behalf of me, a Presbyterian. So I'm speaking in favor of the Commissioner's resolution to divest from governmental debt. And because I've had the honor of visiting the Holy Land twice this year, in February with 35 other Presbyterians and in May with a group of artists, I am speaking to this CR specifically because it includes divestment from Israeli government bonds. There are times when we need to negotiate. We do this process when we enter into corporate engagement with companies to persuade them to halt activity before we divest. We harmful behavior or divides assets, you decided in your actions in FIN 03 to do that. And so that's a good thing to do, but governmental bonds are not companies. When we have no ability to hold an entity accountable and we know that they're doing something wrong, we have to distance ourselves from them. And the nature of a government bond is that it's unrestricted. Israel can do whatever it wants with this money. So if you hear an argument today in committee or even later on the plenary floor that this business is too fast or we need to take time to consider the right way of going about this, I wonder if you might connect that ask with the people who chastised Jesus for healing on the Sabbath. Those religious leaders actually had really legitimate traditions. They were decent and in order, and there was a reason why they asked us not to work on the Sabbath. Processes are good. But Jesus also reminds us that sometimes processes are too slow and the hurting are right in front of us, and we actually have the capacity to bring about healing. God doesn't just teach us to act justly, but reminds us that urgency
Thank you. Your time is up. I'm having a issue. Someone has moved my docket with the script on it, so I have to find it on my computer. So give me 1 second. Nope. The moderator recognizes Carol Garwood.
Thank you and good afternoon. My name is Carol Garwood, and I'm speaking in favor of the Commissioner's resolution on divesting from sovereign debt of countries with prolonged military occupations. As a United Methodist, I am an ecumenical partner with the Presbyterians. I recently returned from a trip to Palestine and Israel, so that's the occupation that I'll be focusing on. I've been to the region several times, and I have to say that the circumstances for the Palestinians in the West Bank are currently the worst that I've ever seen. I'm sure that we're all familiar with the events that are occurring in Gaza, but I want to make sure you're aware that things have escalated substantially in the West Bank as well. Settlement expansion, settler violence, IDF attacks, housing demolitions, movement restrictions, and water deprivation are just a few of the things that I've witnessed. Governments offer bonds to investors to help pay their expenses. Investors who purchase bonds of governments engaged in these long-term military occupations are morally complicit in these countries' violations of international law and human rights standards. Under international law, occupations are meant to be temporary, and the occupying power is responsible for the protection and well-being of the occupied populations. A temporary military occupation isn't illegal if the occupier fulfills their obligations, but the occupations named in this resolution should have ended decades ago, and the occupiers are not caring for or protecting people under their control. In Israel, the occupier is and has been for decades perpetrating acts that are in direct violation of this law. There can be no question that these decades-long illegal occupations are prolonged. They're systematic and they're extremely abusive of the occupied people's human rights. The United Methodists adopted a resolution at this year's General Conference addressing the same issue, and I would urge you to also vote in favor of this resolution.
The moderator now recognizes Connor Foley.
Hi, my name is Connor Foley, and I'm a minister at the First Presbyterian Church of Brooklyn. I support the Commissioner's resolution because this is what my Palestinian Christian siblings have commissioned me to do. I was just there 3 weeks ago, and they took me to the apartheid wall and talked about the Great March of Return, which began in 2018. Tens of thousands of Palestinians marched to that wall every day and demanded that their rights be respected. And the Israeli military shot them where they stood, intentionally targeting disabled people and children. Famously, one soldier bragged about shooting 42 knees in one day. What kind of sickness of the soul does it take to see a human being on the other side of your sights and pull the trigger? Or to demolish a family's home on their own land, or to invade that home and kidnap their kids in the night? But that's the sickness of occupation, and that barely scratches the surface of what Palestinians live under. They showed us the immediacy and urgency of their pain and asked that we do our part to make their nonviolent struggle work. Because nonviolence only works if the world is watching and it cares and it acts. Nonviolence only works if we make it work. We who have the power to change things by responding to the pleas of the living stones, the ones who have kept the faith in the land of Christ for 2,000 years. Their numbers are winnowing under the violence of occupation, and either they appeal to us and we hear them and we act, or they disappear. So it's our job to interrupt violence, to make Israeli violence impossible and Palestinian violence unnecessary. It's our job to pass this resolution to ensure that Israel is held accountable for its violent occupation, and our Palestinian siblings can move closer to peace and justice. So please vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor, for your words. The moderator now recognizes Daniel Giles.
Hello, my name is Daniel Giles. I am a scientific software developer for NASA and a lifelong Presbyterian. I'm currently in the Northwest Coast Presbytery, and I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. To be honest, I am surprised to find out that our church profits from the governmental bonds this resolution addresses. My understanding is that we as a loving church abhor the forcible displacement of peoples, appropriation and occupation of lands, and genocidal practices. In just 2016, we confessed our complicity in such practices by repudiating the doctrine of discovery, which was a theology which justified these practices by Christians for centuries. I'm dismayed to learn that to this day, we directly financially benefit from each of these practices by our investments in occupational governments. I don't understand how this isn't a textbook example of hypocrisy. We tend to take our time to study such matters, but to my mind, the work has been done and the consensus is clear. At this point, I can only think of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr.'s assertion that justice delayed is justice denied. As I raise my 2-year-old in this church, I am teaching them that how we spend our time and energy and how we use our money are theological practices, being the most concrete actions of our faith in the world. How we invest our resources as a church must reflect our stated values. And as a parent and a fellow Presbyterian, I urge you to vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you for your words. The moderator now recognizes Dove Baum.
Thank you very much. My name is Dove Baum. I work with the American Friends Service Committee, and I live in Oakland, California. I'm an Israeli Jew, and I have been working for the last 17 years researching corporations that are directly involved in severe human rights violations as part of Israel's prolonged occupation. I'm really dismayed to learn that the Presbyterian Church USA is invested in Israel bonds. Just like other countries that maintain a prolonged occupation, such bonds are an unrestricted fund used by these states for their increased needs to repress civilian population under occupation, under an illegal occupation. What we see in Israel today, this escalation of harm and atrocities and destruction of entire communities and in fact of the entire land, is being supported and enabled by the ongoing support coming from all over the world and mainly from the United States. When you try and buy Israel bonds today, you go to the website of the companies that sells them for the Israeli state. It's called the Development Corporation of Israel. And the first thing that pops up on your screen is a pop-up that says, Israel at war. We stand with Israel. In other words, you buy these bonds specifically as war bonds to support the Israeli war machine right now. Holding these bonds is a clear statement of support for the Israeli war effort. In fact, this resolution coming to the General Assembly is making you face with 2 decisions. One is to divest, and the other one is to take a public stance to support Israel.
The moderator now recognizes Hani Corey.
Hello, my name is Hani Corey. I'm a professor of mathematics at Mercer University in Macon, Georgia. I'm here because I support the resolution on divestment. I was born in Nablus, occupied Palestine, and came to America at the age of 18. I'm 59 years old. Please allow me to share with you a personal experience with the Israeli military occupation that took place while in high school. By the way, I was born with a progressive neuromuscular disease that sentenced me to an electric wheelchair by the age of 18. I was not using a wheelchair when I was attending high school in Nablus due to social stigma and the total lack of accessibility. My father used to take me to school every morning, carry me on his back from the car to my desk where I sat the entire school day. One day, the Israeli soldiers stormed into my high school looking for rock throwers among students who were protesting the occupation that day. When the soldiers rushed into my classroom, they ordered everyone to stand up. Every student obeyed the order except for me. Even if I wanted to stand up, it would have taken me a few minutes. One soldier rushed toward me and put one hand on my shoulder, slapped me in the face while yelling, "I told you to stand up, you animal." My teacher intervened immediately and explained loudly to the soldiers that I could not walk or stand due to my disability. The saddest part is that there was not a single apology or a sign of regret from any of the soldiers, but especially the one who slapped me on the face. They were all busy trying to identify rock throwers to arrest them, beat, or imprison them. This is one terrible example of what the military occupation does. Its main objective is to dehumanize the occupied, and indirectly, the occupier too. I'm asking to please vote in support of the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. The moderator now recognizes Danny Noble.
Hello, my name is Danny. I'm grateful to be invited here as a Jewish American, as well as an organizer with Jewish Voice for Peace, an organization of U.S. Jews and allies dedicated to justice and safety for Palestinians and Israelis. And I'm part of a growing movement of Jews supporting divestment from Israel and crying out that Jewish safety should never, ever come at the expense of another's. I encourage this assembly to vote in favor of the resolution to divest from governmental debt of countries with prolonged military occupation. The worsening situation for Palestinians in the occupied West Bank, as well as the Israeli military's horrific war on the people of Gaza, which the International Court of Justice has deemed plausible amounts to genocide, makes divestment from Israeli government bonds specifically an urgent priority. Investing in Israel bonds, which are direct loans to the Israeli Treasury, provides unrestricted funding to the Israeli military and government with no guardrails to ensure human rights are upheld. So that means that the church or any of our other community institutions have no idea whether funds are going to harm. Providing unrestricted funds to the Israeli military and government means that the church may be funding violence in the occupied territories as well as in Gaza, and there is no accountability mechanisms to guarantee otherwise. In the occupied West Bank, state-backed Jewish Israeli settlers are committing mob violence against Palestinians and demolitions of Palestinian homes to make way for illegal Jewish-only settlements has accelerated by over 50%. In Gaza, the Israeli military has killed over 30,000 people, almost half being children, and major human rights organizations affirm that Israel is deliberately starving civilians. The Jewish tradition, my Jewish tradition, teaches us that we move closer or further from God through our actions on this earth, and that we must engage in tikkun olam, or repairing the earth, to transform it into olam haba'ah, the world that is to come. Ensuring that our communities do not enable nor profit off of suffering helps build a world in the image of God. I encourage you to vote for this resolution.
Thank you, Danny, for your words. The moderator now recognizes Kareem Al-Sharafa.
Hello, and thank you for having me on this platform. My name is Kareem Al-Sharafa, and I am Gazan Palestinian Muslim, living in Pittsburgh, PA, for over 11 years. I have worked in the steel industry for 20 years and currently the president of a technology company in the industry as well. I'm here to share a personal message and story. My family, the Al-Sharafa family, is born my father was born in Beersheba, and the family is from Beersheba. In 1948, they experienced a forcible displacement from their land with them and along with 700,000 other Palestinians. My father's family fled to Gaza, and my mother's family, she was born in Gaza and live in Gaza, have experienced ongoing occupation and apartheid regime since 1948. I'm here in support of the Commissioner's resolution, number 15, on divesting from the governmental debt of countries with prolonged occupations. I support this resolution for multiple reasons, but I'll list a couple. My family has personally experienced the ongoing suffering applied by the oppressive apartheid regime and the occupation of their territory. The Palestinian people for far too long have experienced a double standard when it comes to seeing Israeli lives being valued more than Palestinian lives, Israeli safety being valued more than Palestinian safety. For this reason, it's long overdue for us to maintain our human rights, values, and morals to everyone and no longer give exceptions to the Israeli government. I've lost many family members since the start of October 7th, aunts, uncles, and cousins, and we need to see this over. So myself, along with 250 other Palestinians in Pittsburgh, support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kareem, for sharing with us. The moderator now recognizes Marisol Crawford.
Hi, my name is Mari Crawford, and I'm a member of the First Presbyterian Church in Brooklyn, speaking in favor of divestment. In the 56th year of Israel's occupation of Palestinian land, on October 7th, 2023, the occupation took a substantial turn for the worse. If you are like my parents and your main news source is the New York Times, you may have seen what is happening in Gaza be referred to as the Israel-Hamas war. When I saw the Times classify this crisis with those words, it made me very sad because that is not true. Israel's war, like its occupation, is on the Palestinian people. In fact, the Israeli military has killed more than 37,000 Palestinians, including 15,000 children, and has displaced more than 80% of Gaza's population. Israel's war and occupation is also hurting Israeli people. I want to go into a little more detail about this huge misconception that is costing Palestinian lives by the minute. On October 7th, Hamas killed more than 1,000 Israelis, but Israeli security forces also killed at least 14 Israeli civilians. 3 Israeli hostages who had escaped captivity in Gaza in December were shot and killed by Israeli officers who thought they were Palestinians. Released hostages have said that the biggest threat to their safety while in captivity was Israeli airstrikes. Israel's war is not just bad for Palestinians, it's bad for Israelis too. Divesting from this occupation isn't radical, it's just. Freeing the hostages, ending this prolonged occupation by freeing Palestine, and having a ceasefire can all happen simultaneously if we take part in pressuring Israel to act with justice. Our investment in Israeli bonds, is an impediment to creating this justice. This needs to end. I ask you from the bottom of my heart to please vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Mari. The moderator now recognizes Nathan Dudley.
Yes, hello, good afternoon. Thank you for having this forum. My name is Nate Dudley. I am an elder and have been a member of the First Presbyterian Church of Brooklyn, New York for 36 years. My sister, my father, and my great-grandfather were all Presbyterian ministers, and their ministry was focused on creating justice in this world, and my faith is similarly based. I'm here today to speak in favor of the resolution to divest from government debt held by countries that are currently maintaining a prolonged military occupation. I deeply value my faith, which is based on a God that works towards justice. I take it very seriously when I pray on earth as it is in heaven. Does on earth as it is in heaven mean that my Presbyterian church should invest and profit in bonds and government debt from countries that are militarily occupying and oppressing others? I say no. Our God of justice demands that we work for a more just world, and that means divesting from governmental debt of military occupiers. Israel's illegal military occupation of Palestinian territories has gone on for 57 years. Turkey has occupied northern Cyprus for more than 50 years, and Morocco has occupied Western Sahara for 48 years. I'm proud to have been a Presbyterian all of my 64 years, but I'm not proud of my complicity in supporting all of these illegal, brutal, and immoral occupations. Our church should not be investing in bonds that support these cruel occupations. Therefore, I urge you to support the Resolution 15 and end our church's financial support of these oppressive occupations. Your vote will bring us closer to justice in this world. Together, we need to continually work to create a world on earth as it is in heaven.
Thank you, Nathan. The moderator now recognizes Omar Harami.
My name is Omar Harami. I'm a Palestinian Christian from Jerusalem, and I speak in favor of the divestment.
Omar, you only have 2 minutes to speak. I can't hear you. Is it me? Okay. Omar, the clock's running. Omar, is there thoughts you wanted to share with this committee? I see you nodding, but I don't hear anything.
I think he's just gathering himself. If we can give him a little
Thank
bit
you.
of time.
I've been silent for 76 seconds. We've been under ongoing Nakba and dispossession for 76 years. The world hasn't been listening to us. And I'm shocked that our brothers and sisters in Christ are not only not listening to us and avoiding our cry for justice, but are actually making money out of our suffering. It's not good for a church. It's not in line with the teaching of Christ. And I don't think I need 2 minutes to make an argument. Thank you.
Thank you for spending time with us. The moderator now recognizes Peter Tanaka.
Hello, my name is Peter Tanaka, he, him pronouns, from Lenapehoking land or Manhattan on Turtle Island. I'm a recent graduate from Union Theological Seminary, and I am here today to speak out in favor of the resolution to divest from sovereign debt in countries with prolonged military occupation. As other speakers have said and talked about their surprise that the Presbyterian Church is involved in these specific bonds, especially pertaining to Israel, I have to say I'm not surprised. Before I went to seminary, I was going through the ordination process with the Presbyterian Church, but George Floyd was killed, and my church said that it was too political to speak out for Black lives in that moment, to say Black Lives Matter. And so I stopped going through the ordination process. But I've been deeply moved by the Presbyterians that I have met recently who are putting their time and effort to organize and to speak out for Palestinian liberation, for divestment from Israel. I participated in a panel at Brooklyn First Presbyterian Church, put on by Reverend Connor Foley, participated by Reverend Emily Brewer, Professor Bob Ross, Professor of Social Justice Studies and Community Engagement. There were people Christians for a Free Palestine that also participated. I'm deeply moved by these efforts, how necessary it is that we speak out, that we use every bit of influence that we have to stop this genocide, to be smarter with our investments. And it encourages me to consider ordination and the ways that I can plug in this community and really make the change that this church, I believe, wants to make in the world. Thank you.
Thank you for speaking with us. Thank you to all of the participants who spoke to us during the open hearings. We will continue to look at the item of business FIN 15. We need just a second to get everybody in from who is in the waiting room. Let me answer the question. There were 2 questions that came up in the feed on our end. Open hearings do not allow for us to do question and answer, which is why we were not ignoring your questions and we were ignoring your questions because it isn't not a time for that kind of dialogue. That will be after a presentation happens. by one of the authors of the commissioner's resolution. So we're just getting a second to let all of the resource people in and that commissioner.
Hunter Farrell, you are recognized to speak in support of the commissioner's resolution. You will have 8 minutes to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Reverend Dr. Hunter Farrell. I'm a teaching elder commissioner from Pittsburgh Presbytery. For 30 years, I served as a Presbyterian mission co-worker on 2 continents and as the director of Presbyterian World Mission. I need to confess I have a deep sense of pride in our denomination for all kinds of reasons. But what this committee did on Tuesday by voting overwhelmingly to pressure General Electric and Palantir to end their role in the ongoing war in Gaza is, to me, a living witness of our church at its best. We know we can't control the universe. We know that's in God's hands. But we do seek to take the next faithful step, to walk with integrity in a broken and hurting world. This committee did that on Tuesday by saying we will not profit from the suffering of others. And I and many of the voices who stand with me today, thank you for that. Prolonged military occupation is a particularly heinous violation of international law that is characterized by land confiscation, theft of natural resources, home demolitions, deprivation of food and water, brutality against children, and mass incarceration for population control. Our church currently holds between $3 and $5 million in government bonds between the 3 countries named in this resolution that are currently engaging in prolonged military occupation, the most egregious of which is the prolonged Israeli occupation of Palestine. A bond is essentially an unrestricted loan to a government, as you heard several of the witnesses speak. We give them money and they use the money however they like. Like any lender, we then receive interest on the value of this loan as they repay us. So what exactly do we propose in this commissioner resolution? The commissioner resolution will do 2 things. In the short term, the commissioner resolution calls upon the foundation and the Board of Pensions to divest from governmental debt, what we know as bonds, held by countries with prolonged military occupations. International law recognizes only 3 governments in the world with prolonged military occupations: Israel, Morocco, and Turkey. The resolution calls upon the church to not reinvest until the UN declares that these military occupations have ended. That's the first thing it does, and that's the first 2 recommendations you'll see before you. In the third recommendation, we're asking for the longer term. It asks MRTI to study the feasibility of developing a mechanism to establish and maintain a list of countries whose governmental debt would be impacted by this resolution. That's a lot to swallow, and I appreciate your attentiveness and your concern. Let me try to anticipate 5 questions that may come up to all commissioners. Do we have clear and verifiable criteria to establish who's on that list? Yes, we do. The Commissioner's resolution requires a specific UN resolution classifying a government's activities as prolonged military occupation for a government to be subject to this action. A second question, is the resolution consistent with Peace USA policy? Yes. The Church also has a long history of stewarding our investments in ways that make a positive impact on the world. This stewardship has included divestment several times throughout our history. Shouldn't MRTI engage with entities before the church divests? And the answer is clear. MRTI would have a role in implementing this resolution, but it's not within their current purview to engage in dialogue with national governments. It's true that MRTI is often engaged in dialogue with corporations, and you're well familiar with that from your previous conversations. They can engage in dialogue before the church decides to divest. But there are plenty of precedents for our church to divest from entities without any MRTI shareholder engagement. Our church, for example, divested from for-profit prisons, from tobacco companies, military contractors, gambling and alcohol businesses, all without any MRTI shareholder engagement due to the nature of these industries. Similarly to these historical cases, this resolution would empower MRTI to develop and monitor the particular mechanisms by which the list of divestible entities would be maintained. Another question, is it possible to divest from government debt? Yes, and I'm grateful to our colleagues in the Presbyterian Foundation, the Board of Pensions, and MRTI to craft the language of this resolution so that it was in line with the capacities of the General Assembly and those agencies. And just last month, as you heard earlier from our ecumenical delegate, the General Conference of the United Methodist Church passed a similar resolution for their church to divest from the bonds of countries with prolonged military occupation. So what difference would this resolution make, is my last question. It carries both material and highly symbolic impact. It's the next step of faithfulness for us, because divesting from bonds is an expression of love towards our siblings and mission partners who have been living under prolonged occupation for decades. We as a church, are saying to them, we see you, we hear your cries, and we're doing everything in our power to respond. Divesting from bonds is also an expression of love towards our siblings and mission partners who are occupiers. We as a church are saying to them, we see you, we hear you, and as a church that is historically rooted in our own sins of racism and territorial theft, we understand that oppressors need to be liberated too. So, colleagues, this item enables this assembly to both speak with moral urgency to the ongoing killing of civilians in Gaza, and it empowers MRTI to develop the mechanism our church needs to address sovereign governmental debt in the future as effectively as we do with corporations today. I urge you to vote in favor of this resolution. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Hunter. The time has now come for our group to ask questions. We have one question on the screen at this point. Moderator thus recognizes Leanne Strawman with a question. Leanne, as you know the drill, please unmute yourself and ask your question.
Hi, I'm Leanne Stroman. I'm a teaching elder commissioner from the Los Ranchos Presbytery. I read what was included on PC Biz, and I see that the recommendation is to strike the first two parts of your recommendation and just have MRTI engage as a part of the third. So I was wondering if our group would be able to hear from MRTI or from I don't think it was the Committee on Social Witness. Let me go down. Who wrote that? Oh, the Committee on Social Witness Policy. If we'd be able to hear their take on that. That's my question. I don't know if that's a question for
no, it's a very good.
Who that's for.
It's a good question. I had minimized my screen accidentally. In point of fact, we have representatives here, Simon Dung and Callie Carter from MRTI, who are prepared to address your question. You folks may go ahead whenever you're ready.
It's the advisory committee.
Yeah, okay.
Policy person. He's here too.
We're gonna let them in later.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Simon Dune, resource person with MRTI. And as is stated in the comment from the Presbyterian Mission Agency Board, and as was stated earlier a bit by Hunter Farrell, MRTI's primary focus is engaging with US-based publicly traded companies and not countries. So there is currently a bit of a policy and process gap in how to handle divestment from sovereign debt. However, we do think that the language in recommendation 3 of the recommendation would give MRTI the leeway and license needed to determine the mechanism to deal with sovereign debt and bring it to the next General Assembly. And the task force that was approved with amendments in FIN 02 from the other day would be an appropriate venue to discuss the feasibility for accomplishing that.
Thank you, Simon. Katie, do you wish to speak? Or Callie Carter?
Mr. Moderator, it's just me currently from MRTI in the Zoom room.
Just you, Simon, just you. Very well. Thank you, sir. We also have a representative here from the Advisory Committee on Social Witness Policy. Mark, I think it's Douglas, who wishes to speak. Mark, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you. I'm Mark Douglas. I'm a member of the Advisory Committee on Social Witness Policy. The Advisory Committee on Social Witness Policy echoes much of what you have just heard from Simon. That is, we understand the work of MRTI to deal primarily, if not almost exclusively, with publicly traded companies that are US-based. And we also recognize that where sovereign debt is held by investing agencies, there is a gap in policy. Therefore, we recommend that you work especially with Resolution 3, perhaps connect the third part of the resolution, perhaps connect it to FIN 02, so that we can clear that gap. We also do want to recognize that if there are actions in support of justice that are consistent with principles already expressed by MRTI, and the MRTI can figure out how to affirm, then moving forward with number 1 and 2 could be possible. But our sense is that numbers 1 and 2 primarily would have to go through number 3 in order to be efficacious.
Thank you very much. I'm not aware of any others wishing to speak at this point. That being so, we will now turn to questions, and the moderator recognizes Sandy Santana. Sandy, if you will unmute, identify yourself and ask your question.
Hi, Sandy Santana, ruling elder commissioner, Presbytery of Long Island. I guess I'm trying to understand MRTI's position here, because I see it in the resolution item 3, prayerfully call upon the Committee on Mission Responsibility through Investment to examine the feasibility of developing a list.
Like this.
Right? So going forward, MRTI would develop a list and have a process for making sure we are examining countries that have these policies of prolonged occupation. But isn't it within the Presbytery purview, the General Assembly's purview, to call for immediate divestment at any time of any entity, whether those entities are corporations or sovereign governments issuing bonds?
All right. We will listen to Simon and then Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. If I'm understanding the question correctly, the question is about a clarification about the way the divestment process is handled and relationships between the General Assembly and MRTI and the investing agencies. to clarify, the process generally for divestment, particularly related to conflict affected and high risk areas, has been a selective divestment process engaging with companies and then reporting back to the General Assembly with a selective divestment recommendation. That again is the process with companies. This is with countries, so the actual mechanism and the process will be maybe a little bit different. That's why we recommend the using that task force from FIN02 to establish the mechanism for what that looks like. Does that clarify and answer the question?
I guess, although it goes back to process for me, because the question is more, we can't engage with governments. We're not going to be able to engage with Israel or Turkey, et cetera. So the question becomes, do we have to effect divestment by going through MRTI, or can this assembly do that independently? And this is calling for us to do it immediately. And as I'm understanding the arguments, it's because there's a sense of urgency in doing so, right? So that's my question.
Sorry, excuse me.
Did you have further to say, Simon, in response to that?
Yes, Mr. Moderator. Sorry, one moment. Need another drink of water. So there's sort of two nuances. One is around the fact that this is debt related to countries and not companies. So that's sort of one nuance. Another nuance is that generally, with regards to divestment recommendations, the investing agencies will take a list that comes through the MRTI process, and then that is what becomes that's what they've agreed to be implementable by for divestment. So the typical process has been to go through MRTI to be implemented by the investing agencies of the church. This is keeping it. So the current resolution as it stands would follow both the traditional process and allow for it to be carried out and implementable.
Thank you, sir. Does that answer your question?
I think so. Yeah.
Thank you. Moderator now recognizes Mark Giddinghagen with a question, which may lead to a follow-up answer from a foundation representative. Mark, you are recognized to unmute and identify yourself.
Thank you. Mark Giddinghagen, teaching elder, Northern Kansas. I think part of my question was just answered, but it's also the process that the foundation and Board of Pensions would have to go through, weeding out those particular bonds. I'm curious about how that process might happen, how fast that process could happen, because it's in the midst of all the other investments, I assume.
All righty. Do we have an answer from anyone presently on the screen? Once again, I'm muted. I will now recognize Rob Ford of the foundation, who will answer at least a part of this question. Rob, you may speak.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I will first address the kind of the process for implementation, and then I'll call on my colleague Anita Clemens to answer the kind of some of the more technical technical questions. But as Simon Doon really articulated before, the process, like what this Mr. resolution is trying to do, is to create a new negative screen that screens out the governmental debt issued by countries that fit a very particular criteria, prolonged military occupations as defined by the United Nations. So they're right there because there is that kind of a framework, and it's connected to existing Presbyterian policy. There's a lot of elements that could lead to this implementation. The foundation, as Simon pointed out, and I invite you to also ask my colleague Donald Walker from the Board of Pensions to talk about their process, but it's very similar. The boards of the foundation and Board of the Foundation, I'll speak for the foundation, receives the divestment list that MRTI produces annually, receives that, and then make sure that everything, all the securities presented there are done so per policy. As Simon spoke to the policy gap, there is no our current 84 policy is silent on governmental debt issued by countries. So we would need to work to kind of to fill that gap in conversation with the foundation, MRTI, and the Board of Pensions. But once we felt, that language was created and adequately crafted, then we could it would be possible for this added screen to be placed on the divestment list. And I'll ask my colleague Anita Clemens to fill in anything else.
Thank you, Rob. Mr. Moderator, once this process, as Rob just explained, is worked through, the current assets of the foundation are known. We hold individual securities. And in fact, if there are securities that would fall onto this list, the foundation would identify those securities once the do not hold security is put on the list, and that is sold. And of course, proceeds are redirected elsewhere, to an allowed security. But again, we have full transparency of what we own of individual securities. That would not be a problem identifying something that would violate that. And then going forward, managers would be notified again of this potential new area where they would not be allowed to invest in any debt of that particular issue.
Thank you, ma'am. The moderator now recognizes Donald Walker of the Board of Pensions to further address this question. Donald, you can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. As my colleagues at the Foundation mentioned, we properly go through the MRTI process. So decently and in good order, our investment committee would consider the divestment recommendations from MRTI, a divestment list that would have been properly approved by MRTI at one of its board meetings. And then every year we make those, once those are approved by our investment committee, those then become part of the Board of Pensions prohibited securities list using the Board of Pensions policy on prohibited securities that was created in 2019. So similarly, those securities would go on the prohibited securities list. They would be do not buy, and managers, if they're held in separate accounts, would be asked to sell those out.
Thank you, sir. The moderator now recognizes Tom Lamb with a question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Tom Lamb, Teaching Elder Commissioner, Grace Presbytery. I'm getting a sense of urgency, and what I'm hearing is it has to involve a process that may delay any action until the next assembly. Is it not possible that the assembly could vote for immediate divestment from countries that use war bonds to continue? It makes sense to me that we need to be thinking about that, less about process and policy, and more about the effect this is having immediately in our world and to our sisters and brothers.
Thank you. Those present are welcome to answer this question.
Thank you, Mr.
Hunter. Go ahead.
Yeah,
okay.
Just to say, that's precisely what that's precisely what the three recommendations intend to do. That's why we presented them as a unit all together, and that's why we would urge you to pass them all together. This does two things. It instructs our church and its entities to divest immediately, and it sets in place a process that we could add that additional negative screen that Rob Four of the Foundation mentioned. We see this as moving forward. Our understanding coming into the assembly from colleagues in MRTI, Presbyterian Foundation, and BOP was that this was a workable solution. That's why you see the wording that's before you. So we submit this to the body.
I would now like to recognize Don Walker, of the Board of Pensions, to whatever extent you may have an answer to the question and to the comments of Hunter.
I think we're hung up on immediately. Could I divest tomorrow? The answer is probably not. The process normally goes through our work with MRTI, which then goes to our investment committee. We have a policy on prohibited securities, which means that the investment committee of the Board of Pensions would actually need to vote on a properly received list from MRTI. Were that to happen, then the board could divest and avoid those securities in the future.
Thank you. The moderator now recognizes Martha Campbell with a question. Martha, you have the floor for your question.
Thank you. Martha Campbell, ruling elder commissioner from Western North Carolina. When we have an emergency, especially in this country, our PDA is there within minutes or hours. So we do have sometimes the ability to respond immediately. I hear what you're saying about the processes for doing things decently and in order. My questions include, in the third, you mentioned the third recommendation as being one of the keys, but it says we want to examine the feasibility of developing a mechanism. And I want to know the timing that might be projected when we are talking about something that is urgent and something which we see as ongoing, as we heard from our speakers and which Hunter carefully outlined. What are we talking about in terms of time in our response in order to, my question goes back to some of the other ones too, Tom Lamb's, can we not say do it and then figure out future processes, but at least get it started?
Thank you for your question. The moderator recognizes, first, let's go with Tom Taylor to answer this question.
Sure, Mr. Moderator and commissioners, these are great questions, and we really understand the nature of the urgency of them. You're all looking for a specific timeline, and while that's a little bit difficult to determine because we do have processes we need to go through, if MRTI worked through this, and we think that they could, with a certain amount of dispatch, and then our board meeting would meet on it in the fall at our typical board meeting in November, it would be possible probably to execute this by the very beginning of 2025. That would be an ideal situation, but I think that would be very possible.
Simon, would you have anything to add to that?
Not at this time, Mr. Moderator. I think the representatives from the investing agencies can best respond to the question of implementation and timetable.
Thank you, sir. Moderator recognizes Doug Baker with a question. Doug, if you'll unmute and identify yourself.
Doug Baker, teaching elder commissioner in Northumberland Presbytery. I think I'm correct that MRTI does not order divestments. MRTI makes recommendations to the General Assembly, and the General Assembly votes on them and orders the divestment. It is the job of the General Assembly to decide on investment, which makes it, in this case, our job as a committee to make a recommendation. Am I correct on that? That we don't need to go through MRTI?
Any of you folks may answer that question.
MRTI is the way we've always done it.
Mr. Moderator, may I address this?
Yes, you may. I missed your hand.
Thank you. Thank you. Rob Four, resource person for the Presbyterian Foundation. So the process of the General Assembly set up is for MRTI. Well, first it was the idea that I spoke about a couple of days ago with the when we were talking about the task force to review the divestment policy. So the divestment decisions have always been a conversation between the investing agencies and the General Assembly, and the General Assembly has created MRTI to be kind of the arbiter of those conversations. And the connective tissue again is the policy. And that policy, the divestment policy, works with both implementation processes of the foundation and, as my colleague Don mentioned, also the Board of Pensions. So the vehicle that we're talking about to add prohibited securities is the MRTI divestment list, which is created annually every fall. And MRTI develops that list, constructs that list, takes in new policy directives from the General Assembly, and ensures that they are aligning with other existing policies. And if they're not, sometimes they have to go back to the General Assembly to say, we actually need more policy guidance on this because there are gaps. So it's a process very collaborative. The General Assembly absolutely has oversight and authority, but the investing agencies have their own mechanisms to make sure that we're maintaining our legal responsibilities. So again, the whole policy, the church policy, is always trying to kind of balance two things: the social witness principles of the church and the legal responsibilities and fiduciary duties of the investing agencies, which is why that common connective tissue is the divestment policy and MRTI. So the best way for this to have we think to have kind of a permanent place in the structure of the policy is to go through the MRTI process, make sure the policy is adequately in place and it's well defined. The criteria are well defined, which as I already mentioned, the criteria laid out in this commissioner's resolution is fairly well defined on talking about. So but it really has to go. There has to be some process to ensure that the boards of the investment agencies can ensure that we're again balancing the social witness principles of the church and our legal responsibilities.
Thank you very much, sir. We have a question from Elizabeth Healy. Elizabeth, if you would identify yourself, unmute, and ask your question.
Hello, Lizzie Healy, Shenandoah Presbytery. It sounds like this negative screening mechanism
That's why they want to break.
novel. It sounds like we haven't really tried to do that before. It also sounds like in order for divestment and making sure that we don't reinvest to happen, we kind of need that mechanism. But it also sounds like that mechanism is going to take a lot of time. I could be wrong or misunderstanding. Would it be helpful for us to make a task force to put together this mechanism to try to make this happen as fast as possible?
The floor is open to answer Lizzie's question.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Simon Dune, research person, MRTI. So I think that the vehicle is already created for that task force because, as we said, this committee is already approved with amendments FIN 02, the 1984 divestment policy task force. And part of the work that task force can do can be to fold in this conversation and discussion around sovereign debt. So that work could already be included in the work that this committees already discussed.
Thank you very much, sir. Moderator will now recognize Sandy Santana with a question.
Yes, just a follow-up to my other question. Let's assume, and I'm not making any judgment here, but and I'm not saying that this is the case here. There are different opinions on this, but thinking hypothetically, if there is a genocide going on right now, and the General Assembly decides that we must divest from that country perpetuating the genocide, would the two questions, would the General Assembly have the power to do that and direct the Board of Pensions, the foundation, to divest immediately? And two, let's say that Doug is right and that we do have that power. How quickly could you sell the bonds of Israel, Turkey, and I think Morocco was the other country? So if we were to say today, those bonds must be sold, just mechanically, how long would it take to identify our investments and then sell them?
And is there an answer to that question? I'm informed by the resource director that Anita Clemens is on board and capable of answering that question. Anita, you're recognized. If you would please tell us what agency we are with, that would be helpful, since some of us have bad memories.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. My name is Anita Clemens. I am a resource person for the Presbyterian Foundation. The answer to your question is that if the divestment directive were to come directly from the General Assembly, and if it indeed bypassed MRTI, did not go through our normal processes, it would still have to go to the Foundation's Board of Directors for action. All divestment instructions, approvals, whether they come from any source, all of that would have to go through our board. The next meeting of our board is in November of this year, and our process is, depending upon what the board decides, if indeed they approved a new divestment order, that would go on the 2025 divestment list, and the securities, if it was approved by our board, the securities would be then liquidated in January of 2025. That would be if, again, it is approved by the Foundation's Board of Directors.
And Anita, just so I understand, so it's possible for the General Assembly to order divestment and theoretically for the Board of Directors of the Foundation to not agree with that directive. Is that what you're saying? So they can overrule that or choose not to act?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes, I would. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry. The decision to divest involves a number of factors. You look at the ramifications of actually acting on this, where we, as we have talked about with others, with some of these other topics, I think Tom was talking about it, Rob Ford was talking about it, we have our fiduciary duty and we must take into account all of those actions. And so therefore, again, the decision goes through our board. If, again, taking into account that if it did not go through the MRTI process, that might have some type of impact on it.
Okay, sorry, I know I'm extending time here, but just to be clear. So, for example, we just took action on GE, just as an example. So it's possible that the board can look at that and say, no, we won't do this, or choose to continue to be invested because of there's some determination that's fiduciary responsibility, whatever it is. Is that right?
I'd be happy to answer that.
Okay, Tom.
Or you want Tom or you want Rob?
That was Rob.
Yeah.
I don't know. Everybody's raising hands. Rob, go ahead.
Thank
and
you,
I think
Mr. Moderator.
Tom, did you raise your hand too? No, you're just stretching.
yeah.
Okay, Rob, you may answer.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Rob for Resource Person of the Presbyterian Foundation. So that's a really good question, and what you all decided to do or acted on with respect to GE and Palantir Technologies was to direct MRTI to add those two companies to their list of focused engagement companies and go through their process of trying to move those companies in alignment with the GA policy, which it's been identified that they are out of alignment based on our conflict affected and high risk area, proximity to human rights abuses. So the process there would be MRTI is going to start, I believe as soon as later this summer, engaging with those companies with, assuming that it passes the assembly, a strong action from the assembly saying, our assembly told us to do this, to engage with you all. Here's where we want you to go. Here's where we want you to stop doing. And if they don't do that after a period of time, and it could happen relatively fast, MRTI may come back to the next assembly and say, we need to add GE and Palantir Technologies to the next year's divestment list. So anytime companies are added, this happened 2 years ago, with 5 oil and gas companies. MRTI recommended adding 5 oil and gas companies to the divestment list. That went through the same process. The assembly acted on it. The assembly then it went to MRTI. MRTI created the divestment list for the next year, for 2023. It went to the boards of the Board of Pensions and the foundation, and then it was implemented because everything was presented in good order, and they directed their managers to sell those stocks. So that's kind of the overall process, and because this is a new negative screen, which may implicate, it already implicates two other countries other than Israel, and could implicate more. It's really, I think, important to have it kind of memorialized in GA policy, to say we are saying that prolonged military occupations, as defined by the UN, are unacceptable to Presbyterian values. So any country that fits those criteria, the sovereign debt issued by that country needs to go on the prohibited securities list. So it's a bit complex on the implementation side, but if the GA passes this as written, then that's the message out there, and then the investing agencies and MRTI will go through their process to ensure that it is implemented correctly.
Thank you very much. There is a final question having been raised.
Wait 1 second.
Moderator recognizes Hunter Farrell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. And I'm a lifelong Presbyterian, and I appreciate the deep attention to decency and order. At the same time, I spoke of the 2 impacts that would necessarily come from your passage of all 3 of these recommendations together. It sounds like from our colleagues in the entities that the material impact will take some time, and it may take until a board meeting in November. I hear that. The symbolic impact, the expression of love, would be felt immediately by your action. And so I would urge you to vote in favor of all 3 of these recommendations. Thank you.
Hunter, thank you. I want to assure you that we are not laughing at you, but co-moderator Joanne and I are fighting over our mice. Each of us feels that we have jurisdiction, and we're crossing boundary lines in order to attempt to manipulate the mouse of the other party. We're going to probably need some mediation to solve that particular issue. We appreciate your patience, and with that in mind, I am going to call a 5-minute recess for us to work out our problems and hopefully come back with some solutions that will satisfy folks. We will resume at 1:30 Mountain Daylight Time. Thank you.
Friends, I've been asked to let you know from committee leadership that they are seeking a process parliamentary clarification before we resume. So they will be back shortly. Thank you for your patience.
Beautiful. Hi, everybody. Deanne, are we ready to go back?
Yes, sir, we are ready.
People are coming.
Thank you very much. Appreciate the break. We're kind of trying to twist some knots here. Let me tell you where we are at this moment. There are two questions on the floor relative to whether a motion could be made to affirm the recommendation and allow the entities to do their work. And by entities, I assume we mean MRTI. The second is, do we need to amend FIN 15 to add connection with FIN 01 action? Now, these are both process questions that we would have to deal with once there is a motion to consider. There are two other questions. One says, can we hear from racial ethnic advocacy on this? The other is, could we have a resource from REAC speak about the significance of this resolution? Those folks are not at this moment in here. Our resource manager is attempting to locate them, but at the moment, they're not here. If we can get them here, we will certainly supply their opinions. There are, as suggested to us by the General Assembly stated clerk people, a couple of options at this point in terms of motions. One motion would be simply to move to approve this resolution as presented. That motion could then be debated subject to amendments with which we're all familiar. Another possibility would be a motion to refer this resolution to an existing group. One such group might be the 1984 task force that this committee has proposed to be created. These are options that you all will have to address and focus on. Obviously, it could also be, we could also refer it instead of the 1984 task force to the MRTI, which already exists. Now, it is not the job of the moderators or anyone in this room to tell you all how to proceed. Rather, it is our job to act, to answer, have questions answered, which we have attempted to do, and to act on motions, et cetera, in an appropriate and fair parliamentary manner. That being so, the moderator now declares the floor open for anyone who wishes to be recognized for the purpose of a motion concerning this item of business, which is, by the way, FIN 15. We are seeing a motion by Harold Bennett. Harold, I can't see, and we have a second already from Fanta Lansden. Motion's been made and seconded.
Give it a chance.
I don't want. If you give it a moment to come up on your MyGA, you will be able to see the motion. Just give it a minute.
I have the motion, Mr. Moderator.
Okay. The motion is now on our MyGA panel, which I am desperately trying to access on my own. That's business tools. Well, I will read the motion from the screen of our long-suffering co-moderator. And the motion is that the PC USA adopt these recommendations to divest from countries maintaining prolonged military occupation. This is a motion that has been made and seconded. It is accordingly appropriate that, well, I thought it was appropriate, but our parliamentarian is protesting. Stand by just a minute, folks.
Mr. Moderator, I'm not protesting. I simply would say this is, I would understand this as a motion to approve, to recommend approval to the Assembly.
Excuse me, our parliamentarian, being a good parliamentarian, wishes us to understand that this is simply a motion to approve this for action by the General Assembly. It's been made and seconded. Harold, you made the motion and you are entitled to open the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Harold Bennett, Teaching Elder Commissioner, Presbyterian of Baltimore. After hearing from several entities, the Foundation, MRTI, the Board of Pension, I have come to the conclusion that we just need to move on the 3 recommendations, and if approved by the Assembly, allow the entities that are involved to work out the processes to divest. We could be here all night trying to make amendments to figure out how to happen overnight, but it's not going to happen overnight. Thank you, Mr. Moderator.
Thank you, sir. Moderator recognizes Cynthia Mood to speak to the motion. Cynthia, would you unmute, identify yourself, and then speak to the motion, please?
Cynthia Mood, Teaching Elder Commissioner from New Covenant Presbytery. I am speaking against the motion. However, I'm almost asking for you to sway me. I appreciate what Hal, the person who put the motion on the floor, said about that we just move forward trusting that what needs to happen will, and that this does make a statement. However, I'm afraid that we're almost causing double duty to multiple parties because we already approved FIN 01 and that created the task force. So I'm not necessarily saying we should do a whole bunch of amendments, but is there the possibility of declining this and adding it to fit, like reconsidering FIN 2? I don't know, but I would like, anyway, I'm struggling.
Okie dokie. Join the struggle. Mr. Parliamentarian, do you have an answer for that particular question?
I suppose that would be a possibility. I'm not sure what the intention is. My sense is that the desire is to move this along as quick as possible. I would expect that is a committee, that is a task force that is not even formed yet. You have to have the time for the moderators to name that committee, for it begin to work. So I don't, if the intention is to move this along as expeditiously as possible, I'm afraid that that would actually work against that. So that would be my concern about going that direction, but it would be a possibility.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bob. I'm advised that a REACT person is here to address the question previously asked, and I will recognize her, and we're doing so at this time because she left another committee to be here. I cannot read Mark's writing to identify your name, but go ahead, please.
Hello, Mr. Moderator. Thank you so very much for acknowledging me. My name is the Reverend Nuha Corey Bailey. I am a resource person from the Racial Equity Advocacy Committee, REAC, and I thank you very much for your patience. I do apologize. I was in another committee as stated earlier. Yes, please. I would just like to point to the advice and counsels written by REAC, as well as AC SWAP, as well as Presbyterian Mission Agency Board, who are all on board with this. And that is really, as well as the foundation, in hopes of giving more context. These are folks who have done the work, who are trying to give folks as much context as possible. So please, I would advise you to please take a look at that in hopes that that might sway you in getting to a more solid foundation for your vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator.
We appreciate you breaking away. Well, let me take a look at the screen relative to further questions and debate. Moderator will now recognize Doug Orbaker. Doug, if you will unmute, state your name and your position, please.
I'm Doug Orbaker, Teaching Elder Commissioner from Northumberland Presbyterian, Pennsylvania, and I speak strongly in favor of this. It's a separate action from Palantir and General Electric. Those are established processes. This is something new, and it's something different, and it's something serious, and it goes way beyond the money. As I said yesterday, holding on to stocks like this sickens us. We suffer as part of the crime. And as I said, my pension may not grow as much next year because of this if we divest. That's fine with me. It's the participation in an evil system that is what we need to get away from. And I strongly urge us to urge the General Assembly to divest from these kinds of government bonds in countries doing this. Thanks.
Thanks, Doug. Appreciate it. There is a question from Janet Bream Taylor, which is really kind of a process question. You had mentioned the possibility of referring this to the 1984 task force. How do we do that? Question mark. Bob, I'm going to recognize you again to outline the process through which that referral might take place from where we stand right now. In other words, there's a motion and second on the floor to approve this. If there were to be a preference to move it to the 1984 or refer it to the 1984 task force, how would that occur? We've recommended, yeah.
Probably two ways you could go with this. I suppose we could just vote down the current motion and then take up a motion to refer to the 1984 group. The other possibility would be offer a substitute motion and have both of them up and deal with it. But the cleaner way would be to vote this one down and then bring up one to refer.
Thank you very much, Bob. Remember, it's not our role to point you in any particular direction, so please don't assume that we're doing that. Also, I feel compelled to add that the 1984 task force, we recommended the creation of the task force. That recommendation has to be affirmed by the plenary. So if we refer it to the 1984 task force, and if for some reason the plenary does not affirmatively approve that, then we're referring it to something that may not exist. Is that correct, Bob?
I understand.
He is nodding his head to me for the first time today. So I will now I will now call on Deborah Mitchell. Well, now I'm being yelled at. Hold on a minute. Sorry about that. I now recognize Dana Monk. Dana, would you please unmute, as I just failed to do? Identify yourself and speak to this motion.
I'm Dana Monk. I'm a ruling elder commissioner from Santa Barbara, California, Santa Barbara Presbytery. I see it as a human issue, and by referring it or putting it off or posting it to somebody else just delays it and makes it more bureaucratic. And we're talking about human lives here. And we've always, the last so many years, have not wanted to fund war machines. So we should be pulling out of the governments that do it. I can't believe we still have bonds with the governments that do it, especially Israel. And we're supporting it. And we're not supposed to be supporting any death machines. So I heartily urge you to vote for this.
Thank you so much. See on our screen a blue square indicating a motion, a preferred motion or a motion to amend. However, Ms. Mitchell, I'm advised that the motion is not in proper form because it does not specifically state where you wish the words to be inserted. So I would at this time ask that you, I hesitate to use words like submit, but throw the motion to our recorder in order that we might understand where these words are to be inserted. Because right now we cannot accept the motion because it is not in a proper form. And stand by a minute.
No, she didn't.
Pending the submission of a motion to amend in proper form, the moderator will recognize Dana Monk. Dana, please unmute and speak to the question.
I just did. I'm Dana Monk from Santa Barbara Presbytery. And I'll say it again. It's a human issue. Since I've been called on, I'm going to say it again. We cannot support war machines and the killing of people. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry to the extent it may appear that we're not paying attention, but we're scrambling around up here. Moderator will recognize Martha Campbell. Martha, please unmute, identify yourself, and let us know what you have on your mind.
Thank you. Martha Campbell, ruling elder commissioner from Western North Carolina. I mistakenly had earlier said this was related to FIN 01, but it's really FIN 02 is where that policy review task force is. Beyond that, I still wonder about the phrase in this motion that says in part 3 that we want to examine the feasibility of MRTI developing a mechanism to establish and blah, blah. So examine to me means you're going to look at it, review it, analyze it. We've sometimes in our decently and in order examined things for quite a long time. And I know we want to be fair and open, but I don't know if examine a feasibility is the way we want to express the urgency that I hear from others. I also appreciate that we heard from Hunter Farrell that there's an immediate symbolic impact. And he may know why, since he was one of the authors, why the phrase examine the feasibility was chosen. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Hunter, would you care to address that question?
Yes, thank you to Martha Campbell for her question. We accepted that phrasing of the language. It wasn't our first choice, but we accepted it at the insistence of MRTI, which said that it would support this resolution with that language. So that's what we did. Thanks for your question.
Thank you for your answer, Hunter. We now recognize Fanta Lansden, who has asked if Simon Doong could speak to the feasibility of referring this matter to the 1984 task force. Fanta, have I correctly characterized your question?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Fanta Lansden, Teaching Elder Commissioner, Salem Presbytery. Yes, Simon had talked about the task force that will be developed and assigning a portion of this, this work to that task force. And I know our conversation is around kind of the duplication of the FIN 2 to what we're currently considering. And so I'm just wondering if you could give us some more clarity around process when it comes to MRTI and the assignments that we are considering with this and the one that we have already voted to go to the GA floor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Resource Manager, is Simon available? He is available. Yet we would ask that he be admitted to our, he's already here. So, I see you, Simon. Would you care to address that question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Moderator. So I hear that there's sort of two questions. One is about feasibility and one is about the relationship between the task force that was approved in FIN 02 and how it relates here. So first on the task force, my understanding is that there is not a duplication here. It is rather just that the examination of what this mechanism would be around establishing and maintaining the list of countries whose governmental debt would be impacted, that will be handled as part of the task force work in considering the 1984 divestment policy as they're considering updating and reviewing it. So speaking plainly, I do not see a conflict or a double duty. I see them as working together. On the feasibility part, the feasibility language is there specifically just in the off chance that there is some, I don't believe it is, but if there was like a major legal issue, that would need to be reported and it wouldn't be feasible. I don't believe that will be the case, but that language is in there so that to protect MRTI as we're trying to do the good work of figuring out what this mechanism actually would be. Does that answer the questions?
Yes, for me it
okay.
does. It gives clarity to, I think, what our conversation has been is that if we pass this as is, the work happens through MRTI for both.
Thank you very much. Simon, I think you were going to say that's correct.
That is correct, and that is correct.
Okay, so the recognizes Deborah Mitchell for a motion to amend.
Deb Mitchell
Deborah?
teaching, Deb Mitchell teaching elder, Whitewater Valley Presbytery. I want to make sure that in our motion that we specifically spell out the 3 countries, because I don't want this to be a motion that some future group would say, oh, you know what, Sudan's doing it too, or so-and-so is doing it too. I want to speak to these 3 countries and nail this down before we move on and we go out of process. That'll give MRTI time to catch up and do their process and have their 1984 review.
Okay, Deb, I will ask you to go and seek recognition for purposes of tendering that
Oh.
motion.
She just has to hit the move button.
Or the move, evidently all you have to do is hit the move button.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Nicely done, Deb. We're waiting for a second. There is a second by Dana Nicodemus. Let's make sure we all understand exactly what this motion to amend provides. As I see the screen in front of me, the amendment relates to paragraph 1, which would delete language, which appears to limit it to Turkey, Morocco, and Israel.
Would be to add.
I'm sorry, it would be added, excuse me, it's a bracket. So that would read that are currently maintaining a prolonged military occupation limited to Turkey, Morocco, and Israel. That language is on your tools screen, underlined and bracketed. So the movant can speak to that motion at this time. I know you already have, but you can do it again.
I just, I want to limit it so that this isn't an open invitation to other countries that might have occupation going on.
I want to make sure I understand it. The notion of this amendment is to limit it to those 3 countries.
Right.
I see your high sign. Thank you very much, Deb. We have available Rob Ford from the foundation who would like to speak to this amendment. Rob?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. So if I understand this correctly, I'm looking at the amendment, and I understand the commissioner's desire to specify the countries, but I would really encourage to add the word currently limited, because again, as we were discussing earlier, this is creating a new negative screen. So there could be countries that fit this criteria in the future. And also, let's just say, for example, Morocco were to end their military occupation of Western Sahara, and the UN declared as such, then that would be the job of MRTI to monitor that and make a recommendation to the General Assembly saying Morocco no longer fits this criteria because they no longer fit the UN definition of a prolonged military occupation. So I wanted to make sure that's clear. So we say currently, because there could be countries that are added to this list, and that's really the advantage of having MRTI continue to monitor this and ensure that they can monitor compliance, out of compliance. They can check, they can engage with and research UN declarations. So again, very important for that specificity, but also that flexibility, because other countries may come on, and some of the current countries may come off if the UN declares as such.
Thank you, sir. Of course, as it is currently situated, the currently word does not appear in the proposed amendment, nor has there, and of course, as we know, an amendment can be amended once, but after that, it cannot be amended anymore. So at this point in time, the body understands that we understand the point that you just made. The moderator will now recognize Deborah Mitchell.
That's her motion.
That's her motion. I'm sorry. Now the moderator will recognize Christopher Deacon of National Capital Presbytery. Christopher, unmute and please speak.
Thank you. Chris Deacon, Teaching Elder Commissioner from National Capital Presbytery, and I'd like to speak against this motion. I'd like to speak against it on 2 fronts. First, one thing that makes divestment so fraught, so dangerous to tread is that we may have friends from Israel, we may have friends from Morocco, we may have friends from Turkey, and that complicates this conversation. It doesn't make it any less important. But by specifying and isolating it to these three companies, we are narrowing them and putting them out by themselves. The second reason I'd like to speak against this motion is because if we are going to make the statement that occupying other countries, that the war machine, as it's been called, is wrong, then it's wrong for everybody. It is not wrong for just Turkey, Morocco, and Israel. And we've talked at previous motions about wanting to set us up so that we don't have to come back every General Assembly and rediscuss divestment. And if we pass this amendment, it's going to do exactly that. Because 2 years from now, there might be different countries occupying different countries. We don't know what is going to happen. 2 years ago, we couldn't predict the current state of things. So for those two reasons, the not wanting to isolate Turkey, Morocco, and Israel anymore, while still trying to defund their military, as well as wanting to just declare that this is wrong across the board, not just for these countries. I'd like to see this amendment voted down. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. The moderator recognizes Hunter Farrell, who wishes to speak to the amendment.
In fact, this is really more about process, and I think Rob Four answered with clarity, because it does seem to at least the folks who are behind this and in support of what Commissioner Chris Deacon is saying, to add this amendment, it takes away the screen. It focuses on three countries rather than having a screen that the MRTI and its the entities can work with over time. Again, it seemed to me that Hal Bennett's motion to approve the commissioner resolution as presented originally is the clearest way forward, but I'm biased in that. So,
thank you, Hunter. Moderator recognizes Milo Brown. Milo, would you unmute and identify yourself, please?
Oh, I had withdrawn my request originally because Chris had covered basically what I was going to say of there's not a good reason that I can see to limit it to just these three countries, because these sorts of occupations are just as unethical now as they will be later. That isn't. So if later another country starts doing this, I would want to be able to give MRTI the power to suggest that a divestment on these grounds, because, like, again, that's still going to be unethical for other countries to do it, not just Morocco, Israel, and I'm not sure which the other one was, because, and Turkey. So yeah, that's the main thing there, is essentially it's unethical now, and it's still going to be unethical when it's a different country.
Thank you very much, Milo. I'm sorry we didn't see your screen disappear, but again, it takes a while to make its way through whatever it needs to make its way through. I will recognize now Samuel Dector of Northwest Coast Presbytery. Samuel, if you'll unmute and speak, please.
Good afternoon, Sam Dector of Northwest Coast Presbytery, Ruling Elder Commissioner. I want to speak against the motion and the amendment. I take that back. I want to speak against the amendment as it provides an unnecessary complexity. And I want to speak for the original motion as it becomes, to my point of view, the most expeditious way to get this particular point accomplished today, this afternoon, and on to the General Assembly for its plenary sessions. If we try to combine this up with another FIN motion, it's just going to delay things. And as we heard already, the best we can do might be next January. And we just need to act this afternoon and get this thing moving and get it done. Thank you.
Thank you, Sam. Moderator recognizes Deborah Mitchell. Deborah, if you'll unmute and identify yourself and speak.
Thank you. Deb Mitchell, teaching elder, Whitewater Valley Presbytery. I think there's a misunderstanding here. I don't want to call out Turkey, Morocco, and Israel and remove the screen. What I want to do is make sure that until MRT catches up and all of this process works its way through, that these are the countries that we're focusing on now. I don't know how to better word it. And if it is if others are interpreting this, that I want to screen it to just those countries, that's not my intent. So I look for advice. Or I withdraw my amendment.
Fortunately, you can't withdraw it because it's been made and seconded. Hold on, I'm getting a timeout here. Hold on a minute, please. All right, it is our strong desire not to cut off anybody. However, Deborah, in answer to your point, in looking at our magic board here, it appears that everyone left on our screen is waiting to speak against. That being so, I would suggest that we move to a vote at this time on the amendment, which again appears in your toolbox. The amendment contains bracketed words, which you very well know. Let's vote on the amendment. If the amendment fails, then we will be back to the main motion. That having been said, please go to your toolbox and vote yes or no. A yes vote approves the amendment. A no vote rejects the amendment, which means we're back to the main motion. The toolbox is available to you now. Folks, the time is up. We're waiting on the results. Approve the amendment. The no vote is 42. Yes, no. The yes vote is 1. Therefore, the amendment is defeated. We are accordingly back to the main motion, which you can access now, which you will be able to access here in a minute. Is there further discussion relative to the main motion? Here. I see on the scroll. Smith. It's on. in looking at our board, it appears that there is no opposition to the main motion that has
Hey,
yet
speak, you're off
manifested
video.
itself. Video was off, I'm sorry. In looking at the screen, it does not appear that there's anyone wishing to speak against the main motion. However, Sandy Santana has a question, and I will recognize Sandy for the question.
I withdrew it. It was part of the last discussion on the amendment.
Thank you, Sandy. Once again, it just takes forever for it to migrate. Looking through, we are seeing someone calling the question. Another calling the question. And I'm not sure I understand this, but I recognize Deanie Strength, who has either a question or an observation. Deanie, would you care to speak?
Thank you. Deanie Strength, Savannah Presbytery, Teaching Elder Commissioner. I just want to make sure before we vote that it is okay that the language of the motion to me has a issue with there's a difference to me between I don't know, divesting from countries and divesting from governmental debt. So if the parliamentarian is okay with the addition of that first part, a motion to recommend approval. That second part to me doesn't exactly describe what the name of the business is.
I think we're understanding it as basically just an approval, recommending an approval of FIN 15 to the Assembly.
Okay, thank you.
As
Sorry.
is.
Doug Orbaker has moved the question, as has Milo Brown. I will consider the question as having been moved because the only remaining speaker is Kevin Smith. Kevin, I understand that you're speaking. I'm muted. That being so, I'll consider this matter ripe for voting. Again, because the only remaining speakers either are seeking to call the question or are in favor of the main motion. So let us now go to our toolbox and vote with regard to FIN 15, which is a motion to divest from government debt held by countries maintaining a prolonged military occupation. And I'm advised that our recorder needs 30 seconds to make the correction. So just stand by for a minute. I'm informed by our esteemed recorder that we can now vote, that the motion as it is presented is on the screen. Please go to your voting panel and vote either yes or no. A yes will adopt the motion and will send it to the plenary of the General Assembly. You may vote now. It Just to make sure I think you already know, but the screen at the bottom talks about voting for or against the amendment. That's not correct. A vote yes is a vote for the main motion. A vote no is a vote against the main motion. So we'll give you a little extra time to vote should you be confused.
Just ask them to.
The vote is in. The main motion is passed by a vote of 42-2. It will now go to the General Assembly. This is, in my opinion, a good example of a commissioner taking advantage of the rights available to a commissioner. Hunter, well done. All righty.
So much.
You're very welcome. We have actually reached the end of well, hold on. There is a question on the floor from, yeah, it's too late anyway. Dave, this was a question from you about cleaning up the split infinity.
Yes. And I'm not going to make a motion. It's nothing like that. The same thing happened 10 years ago. And I was informed by Grady Parsons at the time that they can fix the language later. It's the old journalism education in me. When I read a split infinitive, my soul dies a little bit more. And thank God we didn't end with the, participles and that kind of thing. So
I couldn't agree with you more. However, I'm from Kentucky and we split infinitives all the time.
I'm from Missouri. I hear you.
You're good. And whatever Grady told you surely still applies, does it not?
It should. It felt pretty authoritative in Detroit.
Yeah, because I think he still lives in Tennessee, so that kind of counts. We have finished the business for the day, and indeed the preliminary business for this committee. I will wait a minute or two in case someone wishes to bring additional business to this group. I'm going to assume, absent something flashing on our screen, that we are done until, and this is a recess, Wednesday, July 3 at about 9 p.m. or whenever plenary ends, even if it's at 5 p.m. or sadly 11 p.m. We will likely meet at that point in the front of the plenary space shortly after the plenary session recess. You will, however, need your laptop or iPad or whatever it is you use to vote, because the voting will be handled in that way. And at that point, we'll be asked to act on the unified budget and the per capita rate. I see nothing remaining for us. Hold on just a second. There is no further business, and we will therefore recess until Wednesday, July 3 at the time mentioned. Now I will ask Dave, how about that, Dave? We got your name right finally, to close us with a prayer, Dave.
All right, happy to do so. Is there a slide on? There it is. All right. Let us stretch our bodies, still our spirits, and open our hearts as we conclude this day's work. Please join me in our closing responsive prayer. Holy God, author of life, giver of every blessing, fill us with your faith. Now, faith is the assurance of things hoped for, the conviction of things not seen. Strengthen us with your hope. May the God of hope fill you with all joy and peace in believing, so that you may abound in hope by the power of the Holy Spirit. Renew us with your love. Let your steadfast love, O Lord, be upon us, even as we hope in you. We pray for rest, safe travel, and meaningful work in the coming days as we seek to live into hope. And all God's children said, Amen.